Chat, do you ever just dip dibbity doo doo? You know what I mean? You ever just dip dibbity doo doo? What is even that? Just think about it. Just use your imagination. If you know, you know. Exactly. That's what we do here. A little bit of dip dibbity doo doo. A little bit of the dip dibbity doo doo. You know what I mean? Welcome back to the Brain Domain. I am your host. I am not a robot. I am a human. Hey everybody, welcome in. I was hanging out on Mike's stream earlier and they were talking about some stuff and I was weighing in. And there's this person who said, I love the Brain Domain, but they have some weird takes on ADHD, to which I reply, good. I think we need to be looking at ADHD differently. Always happy to discuss. I gave off vibes of ableist. Yep, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to be an ableist by encouraging you and your own ability to do things, even if you believe you can't do them. Today's topic is ADHD? No. No, I'm done talking about it for now. We'll talk about it again later. It's a whole can of worms. My privilege gives me access to healthcare? What about my privilege makes you think I have access to healthcare? I live in America. I don't have access to healthcare. That's cute. That you think I have access to healthcare. I'm glad that I give the vibes of someone that has access to healthcare. I went to college and got a degree. It's true, I did. And I worked hard for it. Anybody else gotten absolutely mauled by mosquitoes? Not yet. Not yet. But they're coming. They're coming. I heard the ticks are really bad this year too. We had a pretty mild winter and that always means more bugs. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome in, welcome back to the Brain Domain. We'll be taking some questions from the box today. It's Therapy Thursday. Welcome in. Buckle up. I've had this question sitting in the box. They got it in early. They got it in right when we started stream, and I don't want to leave them waiting because this one is pretty interesting. Do you have an opinion on Therians and alternative identities? I'm a licensed clinician myself who is writing a CEU course on subclinical alternative identity representation. Nice. Do I have an opinion? Yes. First off, for those who are unfamiliar, what is a Therian? Does anybody know? Off the top of your head? No peeking. It's the clinical term for something of which you're probably already very aware. It is a clinical definition of something that you're probably familiar with already. The idea of a Therian has to do with finding identity oftentimes with an animal, sometimes with other types of mythical creatures. No, Therians aren't furries. I think that this is a square rectangle situation. This is a square rectangle situation. Not all rectangles are squares, but all squares are rectangles. So, my opinion is if it helps you to feel more comfortable with yourself and you have fun doing it and nobody gets hurt, then what's the problem? My opinion, it's not that juicy, not that controversial. I think, what you do with your human life is up to you, and you should spend as much time as you can enjoying it. So if this helps people to feel more actualized and to enjoy their life, then go for it. But you wonder why? Let's dive a little bit deeper into, I guess this could fall into my opinion. Sorry, there's something on my light and it's distracting me. Wipe that off. Anyway. I love the community and the fellowship of others. See, that's what it's all about. It's all about belonging and feeling comfortable with yourself. What's your opinion on the DSM-5? Is it out of date? It's always out of date because human psychology is always evolving. And so any existing work will already be outdated by the time it's published. But that's why they have things in the DSM about, like, future considerations. Things that we might want to add in the future. But anyway, I have criticisms of the DSM aside from its timeliness. Anyway. So what is a therian? The term therianthropy derives from Greek therian, animal, and anthropos, human. It is used to describe an individual who reports a deep internal identification with a non-human animal, whether at a psychological, symbolic, or spiritual level. So what we were talking about earlier, squares and rectangles. Not all therians are furries, but all furries are therians. To touch on that, do you think we are putting enough effort into mental health therapy research? No. No. No, not at all. No, not at all. You used to believe you were a half dog when you were a kid? We've all done it. My sister used to run around on all fours until she was like 12 years old, so... I always believed I was a POS. Well, we all make mistakes. The reason why you wouldn't interpret this type of mindset as a pathology is because it doesn't really cause a person impairment or distress. If anything, it actually can help them to process some of these feelings by feeling more involved and connected with other people. Do we go insane if we don't interact with other humans? That's one way that you could go insane. There are many that there are many different ways that a person could go insane, and that's one of them. If you don't interact with other people, it's hard to ground yourself, and it's hard to orient yourself because you are left alone with your own thoughts. And when you're left alone with just your own thoughts, it can distort your sensations of what reality is. You might just find yourself reinforcing your own intrusive thought patterns. You need to have people who can help to offer you perspective and to lift you up and to help pull you out of a thought loop. But when you're all alone, it's a lot harder to do that. So, my opinion on these types of alternative identities, if it makes you happy and it doesn't hurt anybody, that's fine. Don't really care. Are people going to think that it's unusual? Probably. Because it goes outside of what a person might expect. But I don't think that that means that it's harmful or whatever. That being said, I would be mindful because one of the things that you want to watch out for, if you are a vulnerable person, one of the things that you want to watch out for, especially on the internet, sometimes these communities that people find themselves in for support aren't well-intentioned. So a lot of vulnerable people find themselves in these spaces, and then they find themselves being taken advantage of. And that's something that a person needs to be mindful of. What's interesting, though, is the thought that you identify more with something other than human. The way that I look at it is we need to expand the definition of what it means to be human. You know, humans are incredibly diverse. And so, if anything, I'm against the idea that there's something wrong with being human, or that you need to be something other than human, you know? Like, everything that you see and appreciate in whatever animal or other life form that you identify with, that also exists in humans. Do we really need other humans to stay sane? Theoretically, is it possible to stay sane yourself the same without any human action for 10 years, for example? It's nearly impossible to stay the same over a 10-year span, even if you do have a human interaction, because we're always changing. We're always growing. You know, every day, every moment, every thought is the potential to shift yourself in a slightly different direction. Now, that being said, is it possible? It's possible, but I don't think that you're going to come out of a 10-year isolation completely unscathed. You might find yourself talking to puppets. Might draw little fingers, draw on your fingers, but like, you know, the gang's all here. Now, isolation can be very damaging to our psychology. We're social creatures. Do you think traumatic experiences would bring this out of people? I found the furry community after I went through cancer. I found a group of people who wanted to support me for being me that my parents couldn't provide, or anyone else. I feel like that desire to be understood and accepted exists within all of us. Trauma can make that need very more... sorry, I'm having a hard time with English today. Trauma can make that need feel much more pressing, much more urgent. Because trauma often leaves us in a place where we feel disconnected, disjointed from ourselves, from others. And so that sort of unconditional positive regard, that acceptance, it's important. Feeling weak, seeking support. Seeking support actually is a strength, so that makes you strong. Feeling like I have to tough everything out all alone by myself, that's the actual weakness. Getting stronger involves feeling weak. Being really awkward can make you feel non-human, but that's often how other people make me feel. But I just think I'm just bad at being a social human. Not that I'm not human. Right. And I think that's a great example of just how diverse people are. We often feel like we don't fit in because we're not average. We're not like the majority of people. But that doesn't make you any less human. Also, it might surprise you how many people out there who you would view as confident and socially successful. It would surprise you how many of them are faking it. It might surprise you just how common fake it till you make it is being used all around you. I'm always shocked when I often find I'm not the most awkward person in an exchange now. See, I try to be that person, like, I'll make it awkward. Like, things are going too smoothly. What can I do to spice things up a little bit? People think I'm a social butterfly, but I mask most of the time in social situations. It's just some code switching. Look at the facts as they exist if you were to write them out. People think that you are socially successful. Does that make you socially successful? By some definition, it does. You feeling socially successful is not actually what makes you socially successful. That's up to other people to decide. And they gave you a pass. They gave you good marks. I would comfortably guess that a majority of people who are socially successful don't feel socially successful. Because even people who have a lot of friends, a lot of acquaintances, they go to a lot of events, they have a lot of parties, there's probably still a lot of social anxiety woven into that. I wonder what everybody's going to think about me. I wonder if they're going to like my choice of music. I wonder if they're going to like my outfit. I wonder if they're going to laugh at my jokes. That's still social anxiety. Social anxiety is something that practically everybody deals with to a certain degree. And I think... It's by the bed. I mean, look at Trump. He's constantly seeking praise and trying to make himself feel important. Oh yeah, the insecurity just oozes. The insecurity oozes. But anyway, as I was saying, I think it's helpful if you as a person feel socially anxious to recognize that social anxiety is something that is embedded into socialization, and it's something that everyone has to deal with to a certain degree. And so it's not like it's something you have that other people don't have. What does subclinical in the question mean? Subclinical, I would assume that subclinical means it's something that you do outside of a clinical setting that can serve you as far as your mental health. You know, so it's a form of mental health support, but it's not, you know, getting treated at a clinic. It'd be just like having a social group can help you to feel healthier. Suga's got the butterfly next to their name and they still don't think that they're a butterfly. That's crazy. I want to steal Sean Groves' line. I want to be like, and that's pretty insane. Expressing yourself in a way that helps. Exactly. A lot of what goes into your mental health, no matter who you are, is what you would refer to as subclinical. It's not always something that you have to go to a doctor or go to a therapist. This can be just having supportive friends, having good coping strategies, you know, other ways that you can take care of yourself and your mental health without it having clinical interventions. See what I mean? Anyway, my thoughts on this are, if it helps you and it makes you happy, good. If it's disruptive to your life, maybe we need to take a closer look at it. Because what I'm especially concerned about are vulnerable people who find themselves in like niche corners of the internet, or they find themselves in these like, you know, on TikTok or, you know, other little corners of the internet where they're portrayed as like understanding and welcoming, but there's this like thread of like manipulation and I don't know. I would just be mindful. If you're going on the internet for support, try to find a community that doesn't exacerbate things. You know? You gotta be mindful of the social contagion component. Like all these kids on TikTok developing tics just because a content creator that they follow had that tick. It's crazy how our brains work that way. I had some shit happen to me recently, and I found out I had a lot of supportive friends who will believe me and want to be there. It was very nice. Do you remember when I told you a long time ago that one of these days you're just gonna have to accept that people like you and that you're cool and people want to be your friend and they want to be around you? Remember when I told you that? Remember when I said, listen here, bucko, you're gonna have to accept it, that people like you, whether you like it or not. You listen here, bucko, you have friends. You have people who want to support you. Alright, we got some more questions in the box. We'll get to this one here in just a sec. My parents have told me I'm in the wrong for supporting this group. They've never supported me growing up. Now that I'm getting the help/connection I've needed/wanted, am I wrong, or why do I feel guilty I'm going against my parents? Parents aren't always the best at supporting their children. Shocker, I know. If this comes as a surprise to any of you, I'm sorry that you had to hear it from me. If it helps you, if it makes you feel more confident and it makes you feel more fulfilled in your life, that's a good thing. You know, you're a grown adult, and you don't need your parents signing off your permission on how to live your life. Like, sure, would it be nice if our parents were more supportive? Sure, that would be awesome. It'd be great if our parents were more supportive. I feel like I'm oversharing, feeling anxious. Hey, no need to apologize. If there's anything you want to talk about and you want to drop it anonymously in the question box, feel free. You know, because sometimes it can be... That's why the anonymous question box exists, right? Because sometimes when it comes to talking about stuff, that makes you feel vulnerable, I totally get why you wouldn't want it attached to you or your username or anything like that. And that's part of the concern I have with online support communities, is that they don't often afford people that anonymity. Anyway. Anyway, no need to apologize. Happy to chat. I think what it is that we don't have the people we want to like us. You gotta start with the person in the mirror. I'm not saying this is the entirety of the solution, but it does help to like yourself. It makes you more likable. You liking yourself makes you more likable to other people. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, LGBTQIA+. There's probably more these days, but I support the LGBT. Luigi got big titties. No one got rainbow logos anymore. It's Pride Month during Trump's second term. We're not doing the corporations are not doing the pink washing this month. You gotta wait until we got a Democrat back in office. A lot of baseball teams did a Pride Night and tweet about it, at least. Interesting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I never associated baseball with... I just assumed that baseball was for old people. I don't... I'm not a big baseball fan, so... If you are, and my opinion upsets you... drop a question in the question box about it. I guess if you're into like dad bods, because there's a lot of dad bods in baseball. Baseball's hilarious to me because it's the professional sport where you'll see people that just look totally out of shape. And that's awesome. You'll love to see it. I love to feel represented in a sport. Alright, let's take a look at this question. Hi Papa. I submitted a question last month about discovering that my fiancé was texting escorts for services amongst other things. Oh, I remember that one. I remember that one, and I remember thinking that it was pretty messed up to be doing that in a relationship. I ended up calling off our wedding, which was supposed to happen towards the end of this month. I tried my best to see it through, but deep down I know this isn't what I want. I miss my family, I miss my friends, I moved 6 hours away, quit my job, switched schools, and sold all my stuff to be with this man, under promises that ended up being fake. On top of that, he claims he's committed to quote-unquote winning me back. That ship has sailed. Okay, so here's the thing that people will do in relationships sometimes. They'll just be really shitty up until the point where you're like, okay, I'm done, I'm leaving. And then they're like, wait, I'll change. I'll do anything you ask. I'll win you back. It's like, you need to watch out for people who will be in a relationship and just see how bad things can get before you start to complain about those things. You gotta watch out for people who will just see whatever it is that they can get away with in a relationship, because that's not really what a relationship's all about. It's meant to be a partnership. You're meant to be on the same team. You're meant to be working together. You should want to be better because you love your partner and you want them to be with the best version of you. That should be the default. He's committed to winning me back, but has been doing nothing but being inconsiderate. Not a surprise. For example, the other day he thought it would be funny to joke about getting pussy somewhere else. Then he completely messed up the food order I asked him to get. Then he said he'd do the dishes and never did them. They're little things, but they also build up and show me that he doesn't care as much as he claims he does. I would disagree in saying that those are little things, because you gotta watch out for people who will just so readily disregard the little things in a relationship. If they can't even be trusted to handle the little things, how the hell are they gonna handle the big things? If you can't even handle the dishes, how are you gonna handle it if your partner gets sick? How are you going to handle it if your partner loses their job? How are you going to handle the big shit if you can't even handle the little shit? So that's the way I look at it. I'm not the type to like just be dismissive and be like, oh, well, it's just small stuff. It's like, it's a pattern of behavior. There's consistency here. They are being consistently unthoughtful, consistently neglectful. Also, whatever this like negging shit is, it's like, you gotta watch out for people who do that. You gotta watch out for people who will try to make you feel bad about yourself so that you feel like you can't leave them or that you can't do better. That's some like red pill pickup artistry bullshit. Don't fall for it. You found out early, that's better than late. Silver lining here. You didn't have to wait until after you were married to this person to realize that they were a piece of work. You got out while you still could. You took the last lifeboat off the Titanic. Okay, can I just say, before I move on, because there's more to this question before I move on, if you, in a relationship, got caught messaging escorts, why in the, pardon my French here, but why in the ever-loving fuck would you ever even joke about something like that? I guess I'll just get pussy somewhere else. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You literally got caught messaging escorts. What the fuck is wrong? Like, what? Like, that almost feels sociopathic to me, honestly. That feels, that's twisted. Like, the fact that you were willing to try to show this guy grace and then he jokes about the thing that he got in trouble for, that's so disrespectful. On top of that, he went through my phone and saw a conversation between me and my friend where I was talking about the possibility of leaving. Hold on. I'm not gonna read ahead. I'm gonna guess. Okay, so let's see. How did he respond to this? When he saw these messages where you were talking to your friend about the possibility of leaving, he got angry at you. Instead of taking it as a wake-up call that I need to do better, he got angry at you for doing it behind his back. Each disrespect is a test. Yeah, they're testing to see how much they can get away with. And that's not somebody you want to be in a relationship with, because they will continue to do that until they take everything from you. So I'm trying to read ahead here, and I'm thinking that there might be some Darvo here. There's probably going to be a little bit of Darvo sprinkled in here, a little bit of deny, accuse, reverse victim and offender. It's actually going to be your fault. That's what I'm guessing. He's going to try to flip the script on you, make you feel like it's actually it's your fault. Let's see if I'm right. I was still on the fence then, and my friend was trying their hardest to talk some sense into me, so the things they said about my fiancé were not nice, and the whole conversation upset him. Now he's playing a game of hot and cold, saying things like, if you want to leave, be my guest, and making me feel guilty for not wanting this for myself. He'll act sweet and loving one moment, and then cold and distant the next. Hey, guess what? You don't have to deal with that. Just so you know, you don't have to deal with that. You do deserve better. These are childish games. And you don't want to marry a childish human. Otherwise, you're just going to have to baby him for the rest of your life. You don't want that. You want to be cleaning up his messes? You're going to be wiping his butt? The doctor is in. There he is. Yep, the doctor is in. That's Dr. Dog. The other day he left the house without telling me, and when I noticed he was gone, I looked at his location and suddenly it was off. So were our red receipts. I became anxious and distressed about what he could possibly be doing, and honestly I feel like he did this on purpose despite claiming that his phone was just acting up. I wouldn't trust a goddamn word that this man says. Have they shown to be truthful? Have they shown to be somebody that you can trust? This person could tell you, oh yeah, it's sunny and 75 outside. The sky is blue. Water is wet. I would question those things. What you'll find is that in a healthy relationship, you never feel like you have anything to hide. You don't have to be sneaky around each other because you trust each other, and that's what you're looking for in a relationship. But just given the whole circumstance, I would say this is suspicious. So I'm decided I'm moving back home next week. My best friends are driving up here to help me pack up my car. Can we get a W? Can we get a W for the best friend? Can we get a W for the friend? That's a W friend right there. That's a W friend right there. Isn't it nice that when you're going through it, the real ones show up? Isn't that nice? He doesn't know yet, and through all of this, all of the betrayal and pain he has put me through, part of me feels bad for him. I would feel bad for him too, because he's fucked up. But now he can be somebody else's problem. Is that rude of me to say? Maybe, but I don't care. I'm like, maybe I should just tell him now. I don't think you should tell him. I think you should just leave. I think you should leave, and then if he's like, hey, where'd you go? Just be like, my phone was messing up. My phone was like, hey, why does your location say that you are states away? It's like, my phone's acting up. We can feel bad because they have issues, but it's not our job to help them fix the issues. It's theirs. I want that printed, and I want it on my wall. right next to the Live Laugh Luigi. That's true. You can feel bad for a person, and this is something that abusive people will often do. They will take advantage of your empathy. They will take advantage of the fact that you feel sorry for them. And they will use that to just continue to do whatever they do. Chat, have you ever known anybody like that? Have you ever known anybody like that who, anytime they do anything to hurt you, they're just like, well, you know I'm fucked up. I'm just trying my best. Like, you know my parents weren't great to me. That kind of shit. It's a manipulation tactic. We can understand that a person has been through things. We can show them empathy, but if they're not actually committed to change, then they're just using that as an excuse to continue their crappy behavior. I'm like, maybe I should just tell him now? I wouldn't. I wouldn't tell him that you left until after you left, honestly. My boyfriend only brings up deep traumas or convos to deflect from a fight. That's a red flag. That's a red flag. Because not only do they know where your pressure points are, but they will push them at the slightest inconvenience. Not only do they know where your deepest pains are, but they will stick their finger in it anytime that you start to call them out. And that's a red flag. Because they feel hurt. And so their instinct is to hurt you back worse. That ain't love, folks. That ain't love. Now, if a person is able to see this pattern of behavior and work to amend it, the relationship can work. But this isn't a pattern that can persist forever. This is something that needs to be mended. You know what I mean? Because yeah, sometimes we have pain and sometimes we lash out. That happens. But we need to recognize I am lashing out, I am hurting others because of my pain, and I need to cut that shit out. The solution to you having pain is not to hurt other people. Hurting other people doesn't actually make you feel any better about your pain. If anything, it just makes you feel worse. Because then you just get more grief, more guilt, more regret packed into it. It's like, have some accountability. And then I think about how lonely and sad it will be for him once I leave, and it makes me tear up. I'm thinking about how happy and free you will feel once you're out of there, and it makes me tear up, but a tear of joy. You need to show the same level of care and concern that you do for him to yourself. You are just as deserving of the same level of compassion that you're showing to this person. All right? Okay? But I've got to put my dignity and self-respect before anything, and I feel like staying in this relationship is me being disrespectful to myself. We're on the same page. We're on the same page. That was just what I said. You know, you got to look out for you. You know, you can understand that this person I'm in a relationship is hurting, but that doesn't mean I need to just continue to be hurt. Especially if we're just spinning our wheels. I don't think he is a bad person, he just has deep-seated issues that he's got to work out, but I don't want to be caught in the crossfire anymore. Also, he needs to recognize that his behaviors have consequences. He needs to learn that if he treats his partner like this, it's not going to last. There are consequences for his actions. That could be an important part of his healing. You know, we can still wish him the best and hope that he gets better and hope that he works on himself and, you know, we can... But that doesn't mean that we have to be there for that, you know? I've mostly made up my mind, but there's still part of me that's storming with conflicting emotions. That's what friends are for. Talk to your friends about it. Try to view yourself from their perspective. They're going to be happy for you. You're going to have fun. You're going to have a good time. You're going to feel like you're you again. You're going to feel like you're you again in a way that you haven't felt in a long time. You're going to feel like yourself again in a way that you might not have thought was even possible. So we're ready to celebrate that. I really wish things didn't have to end up like this. My heart is broken, truly. Keep pouring that love in. The heart will mend. Also, you've got people who are sending you genuine love. And that's an important part of how the heart mends. You just gotta let it in. Those friends, the family that care about you. The self-love that you show yourself. The way that I feel about it is like, you don't owe this guy anything. You know, if you want to leave and then tell him after the fact, you're valid to do that. I normally actually will encourage people to do that. If you're in a relationship that feels emotionally or physically, or, you're dealing with some type of manipulation or abuse, I'm like, focus on protecting yourself instead of protecting the other person's feelings. Get yourself to a safe distance before you tell them that you're leaving. Because the last thing you want is for them to try to do something to interfere with your ability to leave. Even if it's just something petty like hiding your keys, I just wouldn't risk it. How do I stop caring about undeserved hate? Good question. Interesting. Let's think about it for a moment. I have some ideas. Let's think. I was going to say manipulation is a big thing, trying to get out of a relationship. They will try anything to get into contact with you, make sure you have everything you need, and there's nothing they can try to use to get a conversation with you. Exactly. It's like if you're trying to get out of a problematic relationship, focus on getting out first. Don't worry about the other person's feelings. Don't worry about having some big, long conversation with this person, because they might try to persuade you or to prevent you from leaving. They might say things like, I don't think I could live without you. I don't know what I would do if you were to leave. If you were to leave, I might hurt myself. And that happens. You gotta watch out for that kind of stuff. There are people out there who will, in order to prevent you from leaving them, will say, if you leave me, I will hurt myself. And that's manipulation, and it puts you in an unfair position. It makes you feel trapped and resentful. That's not what you want in a relationship. You don't want to feel trapped and resentful in a relationship, especially if it's somebody that you're thinking about getting married to. Make sure deserved love is more present in your life than undeserved hate. Now that is a banger. That's a W right there. Well said. So, how do we stop caring about undeserved hate? Let's think about this for a minute. What are some of the reasons why people might be hateful, especially in an undeserved way? It might not have anything to do with you at all. It might be the other person's insecurities. It might be the other person looking at you and seeing your life and feeling resentful or jealous. It's Pride Month, so the example that I'm going to use is the people who will be very vocally hateful of LGBT people when they themselves are like deeply repressed. It's like they are jealous of the fact that you're able to embrace your identity. They are jealous of the fact that you are able to confidently be yourself because they feel like they can't do that. And so instead of working on themselves, they just decide to hate you for it, which receiving undeserved hate can actually be an indicator that you're doing the right thing, because there are people out there who are going to hate you for doing the right thing. That shouldn't stop you from doing the right thing, though. Sometimes a little bit of undeserved hate just means that you're moving in the right direction. We don't have to let these people drag us down. So, what do? We love even harder. If you're trying to get rid of hate, love even harder. Drown it in love. It's kind of visceral. But that's the way I look at it. I'm gonna drown your little nugget of hatred in a sea of love. Get loved, fucker. I have people who hate me right now for warning others about this man who is in a community that I'm in, but I don't care. I'm gonna warn the women streamers. You're doing God's work. You're doing God's work. It took me a while to realize I didn't deserve being berated just because he was annoyed at me or we were arguing. Your partner should never verbally abuse you. Exactly. The thing about a relationship is that the things that you might find annoying about the other person can easily become things that you find endearing about that person. You're like, oh my god, why are they different from me? Why do they do stuff that I don't do? Why do they have their own behavioral quirks? Like, those can all be a part of the reason why you love them as deeply as you do. Because of the things that make them them. You know what I mean? Undeserved hate is the tool for an insecure person. And we should not debase ourselves in such a way. We should not lower ourselves to that standard. We should not determine our own self-worth by accepting the criticism of someone who is wholly unqualified to criticize us. I feel stuck. I work a job that doesn't pay enough and I can't find another job to get by with. Real. Real. I feel you on that one. You're far from alone in that one, my friend. A lot of people are struggling with that right now. And I think the only way that we can fix this is by coming together as members of the working class, demanding change. You know, maybe even finding collective action within your workplace. Like, what are your thoughts on forming a labor union? I don't think that a job should exist if it doesn't pay you enough to live. And this idea isn't crazy. This idea isn't radical. This idea was a reality for a long time. You used to be able to work at a grocery store as a sole provider and raise a family with a partner that stayed at home and took care of the house and the children. You used to be able to do that in this country. But alas. But alas. This was mine. I've asked so many times for more hours or pay and it doesn't work. Welcome in, Raiders. We got the big boost We got the big boost. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the brain domain. They're saying I'm the Jordan Peterson of the left. Have you heard this? People are saying this. They're always talking about how the left needs a Joe Rogan. That ain't me. The left also needs a Jordan Peterson. Welcome in, Central Committee. Welcome in, Central Committee. Welcome. Mike just said you're the replacement of Dr. K. Dr. K is a capitalist. And I have a hard time being trustful of capitalist psychologists. I am the antithesis. I am the inverse. Here's your drugs, go back to work. The United States mental health care system could easily be summed up to those words. Here's your drugs, back to work. Chat, we're currently taking anonymous questions from our anonymous question Dropbox. We like to afford people a layer of anonymity when it comes to discussing these types of vulnerable topics. So if you have a question, feel free to drop it in the box or drop it in the chat. We got the realist question right now. It's true, so a lot of you will probably find this one to be relatable. How do I live in this economy? I don't think they want us to. I don't think they want us to be able to afford to live, which is crazy. All of the ingredients are there. All of the ingredients of a social and political revolution are there. They're all in the pot. And it's just simmering, and we're just waiting for that soup to be ready. The genius neoliberals in my country just decided to put normal psychologists as head therapists for complex mental health treatment. Surely this will work out. Oh, surely it will work out. Sure. The thing is, talk therapy works, but talk therapy can take time. And it can be expensive. It doesn't have to be, actually. It doesn't need to be expensive. I don't understand why it has to be expensive. But because of that, it's like most people just go down the psychiatric route. It's like, you're feeling anxious? Here you go. Take that. You're feeling depressed? Take another one. By the way, it'll make it so that you can't get a boner. And if you are able to get a boner, you won't be able to complete the deed. Just so you know. Have fun with that. You get your prescription filled, and then you can't get off. But you can kinda deal. That's the thing about some of these medications that they put people on. I'm not going to name any particular medication because people can get very defensive if you name a particular medication, so we're just going to be intentionally vague. There are medications out there that they will give you because you feel like shit, and all that it does is make it so that you just don't feel as much. And that can be helpful in some circumstances. I'm not going to say that this can't find use cases, but for most people, that's not what they need. Also, let me share with you a bit of my position. I'm of the position that I find it despicable that so many people are made to feel as if they are personally responsible for their mental health condition, when in reality it is a systemic issue. How much do you think capitalism factors into your mental health? How much do you think that the fact that you have to work every day for the rest of your life and you can never go on vacation, you can't afford healthcare, you can barely afford to live, how does that not fuck you up mentally? But actually, no, it's your fault, because your brain doesn't produce enough of the feel-good juice, and so you have to take a pill every day to deal with it. I think that's so fucked up. It's insidious. Felonious! My man. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs, my man. I think it's really empowering to recognize that a lot of why we struggle is because of societal and systemic issues. It's not your fault. Your brain isn't broken. It's the system that's broken. See what I mean? Why did Hey Poo Butts get auto-modded? That's crazy. Of all the things to get auto-modded, Hey Poo Butts didn't make it over the hurdle? That's wild. You see where I'm coming from? A lot of people are made to feel like there's something wrong with them as an individual, when in reality it is the system that is making you sick. In 1,000 years, how will we see today? The same way that we look back 1,000 years from today, we're like, well, they were pretty barbaric. Like, you're possessed by demons, and our cure for this is to lock you in a dark room and have people pray for you. The whole framing of depression as a chemical imbalance is fucked up. People used to get mad at me when I would talk about that. People used to get mad at me when I would say that, but I just think, I fall for the same mistake of many leftists in that I'm too right too early. Having depression framed as a chemical imbalance, it implies a certain level of physical responsibility, a personal responsibility for your depression. You are depressed because your chemicals are imbalanced, and that's because your brain just ain't right. What people fail to realize is that the imbalance in your brain is not necessarily the cause of your depression, it's a symptom of the depression. Your chemicals are imbalanced because you're depressed. I feel like I'm broken when I hear that. Are you familiar with the concept of kintsugi, the practice of kintsugi? Symptoms make money. It's true. Why would I want people to feel better when I could bill them monthly for the rest of their life? The practice of kintsugi, the art of kintsugi, is a Japanese art of repairing cracks, primarily in pottery, but filling in those cracks with gold, highlighting the flaws instead of trying to hide them, while still finding completion and wholeness. The way that I look at mental health is the same way that I think of kintsugi. This is the way that I see it. It's like, sure, we've all got our cracks, but we can fill them in. Might be addicted to crack. Ah, yes, the Hunter Biden approach. My therapist helped me realize that some of those flaws are superpowers of sorts. It's true. The things that we go through, the trials, the tribulations, those do help to shape us. They can make us more patient, more empathetic, more understanding than we ever might have been if we had lived a more comfortable, privileged life. Can cracks in reformed/repaired relationships also make things more beautiful? Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, in Western cultures, we tend to be very, willing to throw things away when we feel like they're broken. And this type of belief, we apply it to ourselves as well. If I am broken, I should be discarded. My mind is blown learning about kintsugi. It's a fun rabbit hole to go down. It's all about embracing imperfection. We have some people in this community who are older, who have been married for decades, and I can guarantee that they feel this way about their relationships. Things weren't always perfect, but we were able to communicate, we were able to mend, we were actually able to grow closer by working through things together. So that's why when you're in a relationship, you want to find somebody who's willing to work with you, instead of somebody who's always just trying to nitpick and point out your flaws and make you feel bad about yourself. That's not a lover, that's a hater. I used to bear life thinking that adversity gives life meaning. Adversity is a part of life, but it's not the only thing that defines life. Life is defined through a myriad of different things. It's also defined by the times you just chill. You lay out in the grass, listen to the birds. I'm going through that process right now. The process is excruciating, but getting better is possible. Not only is it possible, it's inevitable. If you are oriented in the right direction, and you continue to just focus on that next step, you will get there. It's just a matter of time. You are a force of nature. Just like a trickle of water will eventually carve a channel into rock. The double raid! Welcome in, Dr. Mario Master Nation. Master Nation? Sorry, that sounds wrong. That sounds wrong. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. All right, we got some more questions in the box, so let's get to it. I am a man and I am balding. It severely impacts my mental health. I tried the anti-balding medications and had bad side effects. I feel so insecure when I go outside. I can't just shave my head, I have a weirdly shaped head. Most heads are weirdly shaped. That's fine. I'm not rich enough for a hair transplant. I don't know how to let it go. It consumes me and makes me just want to stay home. I struggle to accept it no matter how much I try. I wish I could care less. Work with what you got. That's all you can do, right? If life deals you a bad hand, what can you do except play the hand that you're dealt? But we can see that a lot of our suffering and a lot of our struggle is coming from our own insecurity. So what can we do to feel more secure? The bald subreddit is actually inspiring. The bald subreddit, it shows up on my Reddit feed, and I have to say that as far as places on Reddit, it's probably one of the most wholesome and supportive that you will see on the entire internet. Whatever you decide to do, whether it be shave your head, rock a wig, wear a hat, do it confidently. That's what matters most. Is to just be your authentic self, no matter how you choose to dress it. Skull it is the real confidence move. And that's the thing. It's, you say, I wish I could care less. I wish I could care less. Okay. What does that look like? If that's the goal, to care less, what is the next step in that process? Because this is an attainable goal. This is a realistic goal. So what's that next step? Not listening to that feeling that says I should just stay home. I should not subject the world to my bald head. What's important to realize is that once you do commit to going bald, you are now a member of the Bald Brotherhood, and you can recognize other brothers out in the community, and you can support and uplift each other, dap each other up a little bit. Like, hey. At the end of the day, you are you. Whether you're hairy or smooth. We don't need to let that get in the way of us living our life. Balding is infinitely more stressful than just being bald, from what I've heard. That's what I've heard as well. It's like once you just commit, it's easier. Some people can go through the balding phase a bit more gracefully. Maybe the way that their hair recedes, maybe it's more complementary to their overall style. But, for a lot of people, it's like, just lock in. When you see somebody who commits to the bald look, there's a certain level of respect you have for them for committing, right? Whereas on the contrary, if you see somebody who is balding, especially if their hair is like barely holding on, it's almost like you feel bad for them because it's like you need to let it go. It really just looks normal and natural, and that's what it's all about. is just trying to feel more confident, feel more casual. But when you see somebody who's got like 3 hairs, they've got like 3 hairs left, and they're trying to do the comb over with it, it's just like, brother, just let it go, my man. Just let it go. Reminds me of Gino from 90 Day. Just get a good hat. You could enter your hat era. You can get some cool hats, not just ball caps and beanies. Get a big cowboy hat. Get a big cowboy hat. Start calling people partner. You will ooze confidence. Don't be a Tim Pool. Exactly, don't be a Tim Pool. There's just something about being a grown man and wearing a beanie every day that's just like, come on, dude. What are you doing? Wearing a beanie every day, it's like, what are you, in high school? Like, no. Also, I would be willing to bet that you are more concerned about the shape of your head than other people would notice. You know, we tend to hyperfixate on our own perceived flaws and blemishes and that kind of stuff, when in reality, other people just might not notice. Are flat caps cool or nah? I think any hat can look good if you are able to pull it off, if you're able to work it into your aesthetic. I feel like any hat can work. Unless it's this hat. I don't know if anybody could pull off this hat. It's like a fedora, but it's got a flap in the back. We got some good questions in the box today. We got ground to cover. We got some ground to cover, gang. We got some ground to cover, gang. Hi, I'm writing because I have a friend who's been in a relationship for 6 years, and suddenly, these last few months, he says he doesn't feel anything for her because she's changed and treats him badly. I've had a lot of arguments, and it also turns out that during this period of fighting, he started feeling attracted to a friend from the gym. My friend is the kind of person who doesn't trust anyone because he thinks that unless it's his opinion, it's wrong. Hold on, I need to do something real quick. We need to interrupt this with I need you to a quick psychological exam real quick. What do you see in this picture? A cunning pigeon. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. What do you see in this picture? socialism. You know, chat, I almost got into socialism, but I started to see all of the red flags. Thank you, I'll be here all day. Oh yeah, that tab was from earlier. We had a question about Therians. When you wear rose-colored glasses, all the flags just look like flags. That's one of the quotes I like to throw around. It really applies to relationships, because in relationships we tend to wear those rose-colored glasses, and all the red flags, they just looked like flags. Because he's that kind of guy that's smart, he thinks he's better just because of that. I've met plenty of smart people who were incredibly dumb. I've met some real intelligent dumbasses. Believe me. Everything points to him behaving this way with his girlfriend, and she's finally snapped and started having these fights. He keeps talking to the girl he thinks he likes. He told me he feels good talking to her, but bad talking to his girlfriend. Then just stop putting her through this. If this isn't gonna work, then why do we keep it going? Why do you keep making her feel bad? Why do you keep putting her down? Why do you keep fighting with her? Set her free. Set her free. Relinquish control. Let her go. Real intelligence is knowing you can never know everything. Real intelligence is understanding just how much of a dumbass you really are. And believe me, I'm dumb. Anyway, the other day I was up at 3 a.m. talking to him about how thinking he's always right is wrong and that he should trust his girlfriend enough to let her take the reins of the relationship because he's overwhelmed and he didn't listen to me at all. Well, that tracks. He wasn't talking to you at 3 a.m. so that you could change his mind. He was talking to you at 3 a.m. because he wanted somebody to validate his position. He wanted you to say, you know what, I see where you're coming from, brother. You're totally valid. Your girlfriend stinks, man. You need to get a new one. I think that's what he was looking for. That validation, affirmation. Little pat on the back, little shoulder rub. Then today he told my boyfriend that I was talking to him not to help him, but to convince him of my point of view and prove I'm right. Are you thinking it? Because I'm thinking it. I know some of you are thinking it. You ever heard that phrase, every accusation is a confession? So, this person is accusing you of doing the thing that they do? How convenient. He's accusing you of doing the thing that he does. And it really pissed me off. Then my boyfriend and I had an argument because I think it's not normal to want to end a 6-year relationship just like that. And I think my boyfriend said it was understandable that that happened, and I got angry even though he later told me that he didn't say that I misheard him. But it's happened so many times that he tells me I misunderstand what he's saying and I don't know what to think anymore. You gotta watch out for this spaghetti logic. You gotta watch out for that. Like, oh no, you misunderstood me. It's easy to claim that when you don't know what you're talking about. If I don't ever know what I'm talking about, nobody else can ever know what I'm talking about. If being his friend is this way, imagine dating them. Exactly. Imagine that. Oof. A relationship centrist? Yeah. Yeah. It's happened so many times that he tells me I misunderstand what he's saying that I don't know what to think anymore, and we had a long argument about it. And well, I was already angry about work, and it's true that I treated him badly because of it, and I apologized, but he told me, "You're proving that he's right about trying to convince the rest of your point of view," and I got even angrier, even though now I'm okay. Man, what the hell? I just... All I want is for men to show accountability. How about instead of me getting mad at you for not understanding me, how about I recognize, you know what, maybe I could have been more clear. You know, maybe I could have expressed myself in a better way. You know, why is everything always somebody else's fault? I would just be mindful that your boyfriend is excusing this other guy's behaviors, because that's kind of fishy. Kind of smells in here. Kind of stinks in here. If people... Okay, so here's the thing. If people are constantly misunderstanding you, that's not their fault. That's your fault for not being more clear. For speaking in such a way that is easily misunderstood and misinterpreted. Because communication is a two-way street. And if people aren't understanding you, speak in a way that they can understand. You goofball. Anyway, I just don't buy the excuse. I don't buy the excuse of, oh, you never understand me, you always misheard me. It's like, no, I heard you. You just don't like how I reacted to it. And so you're trying to make me feel like I'm the one in the wrong. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Am I supposed to be Solid Snake? Well, I've got a Solid Snake for you. It's a poop joke, not a penis joke, I swear. Wait, it's a poop joke! I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like that he's taking the other guy's side. I don't like that. I don't like the whole like bro code thing. It's like, I think it's more commendable when a guy is willing to call out another guy's crappy behavior. You know? I think it's much more commendable, it's much more mature, it's much more desirable in a relationship when someone is able to hold themselves accountable for their behavior, but also, you know, be willing to go against the grain and violate the bro code. Because the bro code doesn't do anything except for protect shitty men. It's just men protecting other men, which is... I know it's Pride Month, but that's pretty gay. Is it necessary to tell someone why you don't want to talk to them anymore? No, actually. Actually, no, you don't have to. If you want to do them that service, if you want to provide them that courtesy, that is your choice, but you're not obligated to do it. Like maybe they don't know their issue is because no one has told them. Oh, I'm sure I'm sure people have told them. I'm sure that they've been told before. They just didn't want to listen. Like maybe they never had the realization of what they are doing to themselves. Don't mean to be vague, but it's about destructive and addictive behaviors that make me not interested in being their friend. I'm just not sure if they have the self-awareness, or maybe they don't know it is pushing people away from them. You could let them know that. You could let them know, like, hey, I care about you, but your behaviors are pushing me away, and it's making it difficult to want to continue to remain in contact with you. That doesn't mean they're going to take it well. It doesn't mean that they're going to be happy to hear it. It might upset them and it might push them away, but recovery, addiction, destructive behaviors, these can be tricky to deal with. And it sometimes puts us in a very precarious position. You know, I'm working with somebody, or I've got a friend, I've got somebody I care about, a loved one, and they're going through these addictive and destructive behaviors. It's like, sometimes it's in not only your best interest, but in their best interest to redefine what that relationship looks like. Because the last thing that we would want to do if somebody has these addictive and destructive behaviors is enable those behaviors. And sometimes sticking around and glossing over those behaviors or ignoring those behaviors is enabling those behaviors. And so sometimes you just gotta let people know, like, hey, this isn't gonna work. I want to see you doing better. It's a tough position, and I've seen tons of people get stuck in it. I used to work as an addiction counselor. I was working with people who had co-occurring disorders, so they had addiction in combination with a severe and persistent mental illness. And this is something that you saw a lot. You know, it's important to have healthy boundaries in your relationships. And if somebody is on a destructive spiral, we don't need to let them suck us into that spiral. It's important to allow people to experience the natural consequences of their behaviors. So what do I mean by natural consequences? If you treat people like shit, people aren't going to want to have anything to do with you anymore. That's a natural consequence. You're going to find yourself isolated. You're going to find yourself alone. So, how do we go about this? How do we talk to somebody about this? We let them know that you want to support them, and that you want to see them do better, and that you hope that they get the help that they need. But if you're not a trained professional, even if you were a trained professional, you're their friend, so it's kind of a little bit of conflict of interest there. But just give some consideration into what you want this relationship to look like. What sort of boundaries do we need? You know, they don't need to have unrestricted access to your time and your energy. So just think about what you want this relationship to look like and go from there. You know, and sometimes in these situations, it doesn't mean a permanent ending to the relationship. You know, sometimes it can help to serve as a bit of a wake-up call to people. You know? Addiction is tough. Destructive behaviors, those are tough to deal with, so you're definitely not alone with feeling that struggle, alright? It's tough. Like, you want to help this person, you want to support them, but maybe they're just not in a position to accept that help and support. You know, maybe they're just pulling you in, dragging you down with them. Anyway, I would encourage you to talk more about it to somebody that you can trust, somebody that understands the situation, somebody that's supportive to you. Because it's tough to handle this type of stuff all on your own. But yeah, I would say in this circumstance, if you don't want to talk to this person anymore, I would let them know why. But I would try to phrase it in a optimistic, wishful way. Like, I hope you get the help you need. I care about you. It saddens me to see you going down this path. You know. Again, I'm kind of having to be vague because we don't know exactly what's going on, but that's okay. Hello, and thank you for your service. I'm writing in to find out how I should go about getting help. I'm currently on Lamotrigine, and I don't know if it's working. My psych doesn't know if it's working, and keeps upping my dose. Now, this is all because I have suicidal ideations, and they are getting more elaborate now, like planning, and my psych is getting concerned and wanting to put me on another drug. Lamictal, is that the brand name for it? The brand name, Lamictal. Let's look up the side effects real quick. Again, not a doctor, this isn't medical advice, I'm just looking up public information. Okay, hold on. This is what I was looking for. This medicine may cause some people to be agitated, irritable, or to display other abnormal behaviors. It may also cause some people to have suicidal thoughts and tendencies or to become more depressed. So, you said that it got worse when you were taking the medication? It does say that that is a side effect of the medication, so I would talk to your doctor about that. Again, I'm not a doctor, I'm not providing anybody any medical advice. My psych is getting concerned and wanting to put me on another drug, which I'm not totally against. I'm just sick and tired of feeling like a guinea pig, and I feel fake as fuck when I'm on SSRIs. I've tried Wellbutrin and Prozac, and both made me a zombie. Both made me zombie-like, and too many autopilots. Yeah, that's something that you'll commonly see in those types of medication, is people just feel very detached, very emotionally restricted. So instead of feeling depressed, you just feel nothing, and that can be terrifying. Talk to your doctor about making a referral for therapy, if that's on the table. I would encourage you, in addition to your current treatment, I would say talk to your doctor about making a referral for a therapist, because therapy can be very effective in dealing with those types of thoughts. It doesn't just have to be something that you treat with medication. In my experience, the best way to handle thinking is through thinking. Oh my god, this dog is snoring. Can you hear that? Is the microphone picking that up? He's just zonked out. My psych has set me up for a neurological evaluation, which I'm a little excited about. I've been doing therapy a little bit again, like 2 months maybe, more or less. Good, okay, good. Good. That's what I like to see. Because it's in my opinion that therapy will probably be more effective with this. You know, if the medication helps, therapy will make it even more effective. For most people, it's a combination of both. Been doing therapy for about 2 months, maybe, more or less, and whenever I have a session, they keep wanting to give me tools, and I feel angry because it feels like I'm being told that you just need to grow up and learn to deal with this dystopian reality, and here's some ways to distract you from it. Ah, it's okay, I get you. I get you on that. It can be incredibly stressful whenever you go to therapy and you talk about how there are societal conditions that are contributing to your misery. And their suggestion is you need to go outside more, you need to go on walks, you need to do more self-care. Yeah, I can understand how that would be incredibly stressful. However, there is something that we might be able to take away from this. Perhaps it is the nature of reality that is making us feel this way. Maybe it's not your fault. Maybe it's not something that's wrong with you as an individual. Maybe it is those societal conditions that are making you feel this way, making you feel helpless and hopeless. I'm incredibly alone and am my father's caretaker. We're both survivors of narcissistic abuse from my mother and brother, and I'm just now learning this is what happened in my life, and I think I'm trying to come to terms that I've invested my time and energy into the wrong things and people, and I think that's why I'm suicidal. I'm investing my time and energy into the wrong things and people, and I think that's why I'm suicidal, and I'm afraid to befriend anyone. And I'm even afraid the people who I have befriended might betray me. Now that's something to talk about in therapy, because that has nothing to do with coping with materialistic conditions of reality. That has to do with how you respond to your emotions based on the traumas that you have endured. And that's something that therapy is really useful for. It's also important to recognize that you don't want to be dead. You don't want to be dead, you just want to be at peace, and that's different. That we can work with. And now that I'm aware of the abuse cycle of narcissists, I can't help but see those traits in other friends' partners, and I want to inform them, but I know I will lose them if I do, and I just can't help but feel hopeless watching people I care about be in abusive relationships, and then I'm reminded that I will always be alone myself because I don't feel safe with playing. Okay, I'm seeing the loop here now. I can see the thought loop. It's unfolding right in front of us. But we're gonna interject here for a moment. We're gonna alter the loop here a little bit. It's important to recognize that narcissistic traits happen all the time. It is a way that people defend their own ego. There are many people that engage in these types of narcissistic tactics, but it doesn't mean that they're a narcissist. They just have a fragile ego, and they're trying to protect it. And narcissism is one of the ways that we cope with a fragile ego. And since you are familiar with it, and since you've seen it, you can see it in other people. This is something that people have to deal with a lot whenever they work in the mental health field. Whenever you work in the mental health field and you spend so long around people who are dealing with intense mental health symptoms, you start to see those symptoms everywhere you look. It's important to recognize that mental health symptoms exist across the entire human population. A lot of what we refer to as symptoms are things that a lot of people do. We just don't look at it as an illness until it gets to the point where it's so disruptive, it's so stressful, it's so pervasive that we have to do something about it. And so yeah, when you look out into the world, you're going to see people that are insecure, you're going to see people that are anxious, you're going to see people that are defensive. You're going to see all that. But it's about looking beyond that and seeing the person underneath. Do they have good intentions? Are they trying to improve? Are they able to hold themselves accountable when they do something that offends or hurts someone else? That's what you're really looking for. You're not looking for somebody to be perfect. You're looking for somebody that's willing to grow. And that's the main difference. And then I'm reminded that I will always be alone myself because I don't feel safe with people anymore, which usually ends up in me fleeing by binge watching and or playing video games. But I'm trying to stay optimistic, which I know sounds like a lie, but I swear I keep trying to find a good thing about a shitty situation. You need to show yourself the love that you are looking for. Being able to put trust in others involves being able to put trust in ourselves. We need to trust that we can have good boundaries with people because people aren't perfect. People can say and do things that might be hurtful to us. But that doesn't mean that relationships aren't worth the work. Biscus, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you. I'm very skeptical about the words always and never. Yeah, try to take those words out of your vocabulary. Because we don't want to create a self-fulfilling prophecy for ourselves. If we cling to the belief that life is always going to suck, I'm always going to be alone, no one ever wants anything to do with me, then guess what? It's going to come true because it's going to influence your behaviors and you're going to act in such a way that makes sure that that thing happens. I got to the other side of this loop because it was so me and still can be. It's possible, chatter. Thank you for sharing. It is possible to get out of this loop. I see all the same stuff, but it doesn't feel helpless because it truly isn't. People figure stuff out, and even if they don't, they are usually okay anyway. Exactly. What you're going to notice in life is that you are surrounded by imperfect people. And that's okay. You shouldn't demand perfection from anybody else, just as you should not demand perfection from yourself. We're all in this thing, trying our best, figuring it out as we go. It's a scary and confusing universe. And here we are, trying to make sense of it all. What I always encourage people to try to do is to become the love that you are seeking. What type of love are you looking for in this life? Become that love and share it with others. I think one last thing that's bothering me is seeing what I define as imperialism infecting all of us by making us think we are better than others instead of realizing we are in a system that is on purpose making us fight against each other instead of the system that's forcing this paradigm. I'm seeing this everywhere, but because I'm in an activist group, I see it a lot more, and I think it's actually mentally affecting me because, as I always say, I care too much. Like, I think it's a weakness in this society because to get ahead, you can't have empathy, and I feel like I'm overly empathetic because I will help others and forget to take care of myself, which I think might be because... Breathe. Whenever you find your thoughts racing, take that as a reminder to just stop and breathe. Give yourself a few seconds of reprieve. We don't have to run with every thought our brain throws at us. Sometimes we can take a step back and just let it do its thing and detach from it for a minute. I think you're getting really close, though. I think you're getting really close, and you're starting to put the pieces together. Like, all of the pieces are there, all of the ingredients are there, you just need to keep cooking. You're recognizing that there are problems in the world that are contributing to your suffering. It's helpful to remember that not everyone in the entire world adheres to this belief system of imperialism. If anything, it's just something that's highly reinforced because of where you just so happen to spawn in at. Your spawn RNG, it dropped you right in the Imperial core. Am I ableist for making fun of Moist for being afraid of flying? I've been accused of being ableist because I used the phrase mental tune-up because I was comparing brains to cars, so I don't even know what ableism means anymore. I think that it had an original definition, and it had good intentions about not being discriminatory to people with disabilities. But at some point, it's like, we're not allowed to make fun of people, especially when that person sucks. That's no fair. That's no fun. I'm a person who tries to lead with compassion and empathy, but I also understand that some people just suck and they deserve to be made fun of. His entire career is making fun of people, mostly neurodivergent people. No, Mike, you need to be better than them. You need to be the best little bean that there ever was. You need to be a shining beacon of humanity so that they can choke you with your halo. They will do that. It's important to remember that. There are people out there who will take your halo and choke you with it. Anyway. Mike is here. That's true. Mike and I are besties. We're co-workers at the based department. Whenever we take over the government, we're going to start a new department. It's going to be the based department. Based takes only. But yeah, as far as ableism goes, I understand where it comes from, and I understand the importance of not discriminating against people who have disabilities. Absolutely, I support that 100%. But I've been accused of being ableist because I tell people that I believe that you are able to do something, even if it's something that you believe that you aren't able to do. And I think that's just me trying to show people that maybe you're not as stuck as you think you are. Maybe there are things that you can do that you have like a learned helplessness. You feel like I can't do anything about it. I wish I wasn't so emotionally inert, really bad at doing the work of maintaining friendships. It's a constant process, and I just get my fill of social interaction from stream, and that's bad. Parasocial interactions. It's the Diet Coke of socialization. It's like, sure, it can keep you hydrated, but it might give you kidney stones. Theo carries my ass socially. That's why we... That's why we say that's our better half, you know? You want your partner to be your better half, not somebody that you berate and put down. We've had a lot of that in the question box today, a lot of shitty partners out there. Well, if you'd, what would you like to do about it then? What would you like to do about it? I can see it now. Mike, he's 10 years old. He's the smartest kid in his class. He has more meaningful conversations with adults. He's sitting at the adults' table at Thanksgiving dinner, always wondering why people are so childish. You were also the oldest son. Oh, so maybe you got parentified a little bit? I was also the oldest son, so it got to a point where it's like, all right, you get to watch your siblings now. Have fun. Like, huh? I thought diet soda eliminates the high kidney stone risk. So my metaphor wasn't completely accurate, but I think you get the sentiment behind it. I think the real challenge is to just put yourself out of your comfort zone. Even people with strong will, even people, you know, we still find ourselves putting ourselves in our comfort zone. I'm guilty of this as well. Now, one of my flaws is I have very high expectations of people. And it stems from a desire for people to do better. Because we've been around for thousands of years and we're still doing a lot of fucked up shit, and I'm like, what the hell is this all about? What the fuck is wrong with you? Get your shit together. But what I've learned is that none of us makes it on our own. You can learn something from everybody that you meet, and you're not too good for anybody else. Once you understand that society all acts like we're a bunch of 12-year-olds, it makes a lot of sense, but it also helps you to navigate that world. You can work with that. Let me round off this question real quick. We were getting towards the end. I always say I care too much. Like, I think it's a weakness in this society because to get ahead, you can't have empathy. And I feel like I'm overly empathetic because I will help others and forget to take care of myself, which I think might be because I've been taking care of my parents since I was like 10 or something. Anyway, I know this is a lot to go through, but I thank you for your service. I think a lot of people find this relatable. A lot of people find this relatable, but it's important to remember that if you're going to help others, you need to be at your best. You have to put your own oxygen mask on first before helping the person sitting next to you. That way you can show up in a more genuine way. You are deserving of the same level of care and compassion from yourself as anybody else. Anyway, Mike, if I can come up with a solution, I'll let you know, but I'm also of the reclusive type. I'm in that phase in my life right now. I'm just like, I don't want anything to do with anybody. I'm in my hermit phase. I'm up there meditating on the mountaintop. But the thing is, with enough time of just meditating on the mountaintop, sure, you might be able to reach enlightenment, but what's the point if you can't come back and share that with other people? We work to find our best selves so that we can help other people to feel more inspired to become their best self. I think Mike just misses playing Helldivers with me, and that's okay. I do too. How can I overcome my fear of being perceived as dumb? By embracing it. By wearing it as a badge of honor. There's nothing wrong with being dumb, especially if you realize that you are dumb. Because we're all dumb in some way. That came across in the wrong way. So I just... How can I overcome... We're gonna start over. We're gonna take it from the top. How can I overcome my fear of being perceived as dumb? I want to be vulnerable and learn more from others, and I feel like my fear is getting in the way. Well, that's only gonna keep you dumb. I'm sorry. For context, I volunteer in a political org, and I find myself hesitating to speak up because I'm worried I'll be perceived as inexperienced, which I am. Is this a common fear? Yes. Yes, it's an incredibly common fear. I'd say that a lot of people, a vast majority of people, deal with this same fear. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Asking questions shows that you are interested in learning, and that's anti-dumb. That's the opposite of dumb. Showing that you are interested, showing that you want to learn more, that you want clarification, those are all good things. And people who actually care about education and knowledge will have no problem engaging with you. They're not going to think you're dumb. I can guarantee that most of these people aren't going to think you're dumb. They're going to think, oh, I like their enthusiasm. I like that they're showing interest. I like that they're asking questions. This is one of the things that they often talk about in meditation practices, is learning how to embrace having a beginner's mind. Recognizing that I have growth to be found here. That I can learn things, I can grow, I can progress. I can accumulate knowledge. Madondo! Madondo! Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. No problem with asking questions. No problem with learning. That shows that you're interested. It shows that you're engaged. It shows that you want to acquire knowledge, and that's not dumb. And ultimately, I think it's a strong goal in life to embrace your own dumbness. You don't have to be an expert on everything. You don't have to know everything. All that you have to do is be willing to learn. That's what really makes the difference. The only thing dumb that you can do is refuse to learn. The only thing I know is that I know nothing. This also ties into some other stuff like imposter syndrome. The more you know about something, or the more knowledge that you accumulate, the more you realize that you don't know. The more stuff you learn, the more you realize, like, oh, there's even more out there to learn that I don't know. And so the real irony here is that the more intelligent you become, the dumber you feel. So this is why you want to embrace that feeling. This is where you want to embrace that feeling. When you start to feel dumb, that means that you're moving in the right direction. That means that you're opening up new avenues for knowledge. You can even learn to appreciate this feeling, which is what I was talking about with meditation practices and learning to embrace that beginner's mind. You start to seek out that feeling of being a beginner, of learning something new, of finding new ways to look at things, new avenues for growth. I'm going to the gym for the first time today, and I also feel dumb and weak, and I'm going to try to fight off my imposter syndrome. Hey, as long as you're doing the thing, you're not an imposter. Just make sure to warm up. Make sure to warm up before you go hard. That's a mistake that people make going to the gym, especially if they haven't gone before. They go in and they're like, all right, how much weight can I lift? What's the heaviest weight I can lift? Let's start with that. It's like, no, start way lower. Start with the tiny weight. Warm yourself up. Get the blood flowing. And then work your way up. So you find that comfortable rhythm. As long as you're doing the thing, you're not at home thinking about doing the thing. Also, one more thing about going to the gym. I find it's helpful to have the mindset of going to the gym to celebrate what you can do instead of punishing yourself for that which you cannot do. We go to the gym so that we can celebrate what we can do, not punish ourselves for that which we cannot do. We don't go to the gym and we're like, oh man, I suck because I can't bench press 300 pounds. It's like, that's not what you're there to do. You're there to celebrate what you can do. And to find what your limits are. And to start to exceed those limits. Hey, Mr. Domain, I got dropped off here by Mr. Frumpa earlier, and he said I can ask questions. Your two socialist dads. What's your experience with substance use? I actually have experience as a substance abuse counselor. I did that for a while, so. I'm in a weird place and having a hard time finding objective feedback. I love objective feedback. So if you wanted to talk about something like that, and this is why we have the anonymous question box, so if there's stuff that you want to talk about while maintaining anonymity, that's also a choice. A lot of people like to ask questions in the chat, and that's cool, but I totally get why people would want to, you know, be able to have that layer of privacy. But anyway, you might find that my position on substance abuse is pretty real. I've worked with a lot of addicts, and I've learned to speak very plainly and very directly with them. Because that's what you have to do. You cannot afford to beat around the bush when somebody is struggling with addiction, especially if they're at a risk of causing themselves a great deal of harm. Alright, we got a lot of questions in the box today. I'm loving it. Let's keep it going. Let's keep this train rolling. Should we set a new sub goal first? Should we try to push it even further? Should we go for 130? Let's go for 130. I believe. I believe in it. Why is it rude to stare at people? For a number of reasons. Which do you want to start with? Do you want to start with the biology or do you want to start with the sociology? The biology of why it's rude to stare at people is because in nature, that's an indicator that I'm going to eat you. Predatory animals have their eyes on the front of their face. You know, think a tiger. Predators, especially land predators, they have their eyes fixed on the front of their face so that they have depth perception so that they can hone in on their prey. And so in nature, if you're maintaining intense, prolonged eye contact with something, it's an indicator that I'm going to try to fight you or eat you. And so it traces back to biology. It traces back to mammalian biology. Mammalian biology. Funnily enough, this is why cats will blink as a form of affection. Cats will if you ever have a cat that you have good rapport with, and you're looking at the cat, and the cat will give you a slow blink, that's a display of affection. Because the cat is saying to you, I see you, but I don't feel threatened by you. I can feel safe enough to close my eyes in front of you, because I know you're not going to try to eat me. So, let's talk about the sociology of staring at people. Would it surprise you to find out that maintaining persistent eye contact is not a universal feature? Would it surprise you that there are cultures that consider staring or maintaining eye contact to be rude, to be challenging? If you grew up in a Western culture, you were probably subjected to the idea that in order to show people respect, you need to maintain eye contact with them while you're talking to them. Which, if you ask me, it doesn't make any sense because my ears are on the side of my head. If I wanted to show you that I'm listening to you, wouldn't I turn my ear to you? Like, yeah, this is where I listen, so yes, put your words into it. There are many cultures that consider eye contact, especially like prolonged eye contact, to be disrespectful. And a lot of it does tie back to that biology. Which kind of raises the question of why do some cultures think it's so important to maintain direct eye contact? I think it's kind of cringe if you ask me. I think it kind of ties into like these feelings of like wanting to be dominating, I think it's kind of cringe. But anyway, that's eye contact for you. What's the best way to deal with social anxiety? I love this question. Straight and simple and to the point. So let's talk about social anxiety real quick. When it comes to social anxiety, a helpful place to begin is to acknowledge that social anxiety exists in everyone. I know what you're thinking. Everyone? Surely it can't, but it does. Because there's a certain amount of anxiety that is baked in to socializing. You can't read other people's minds. You don't know what they actually think about you. You don't know if they're only being nice because they're trying to get close to you, or you don't know how they really feel about you. Maybe they're just telling you what they think you want to hear. Everyone deals with social anxiety to a certain degree. Oh, I hope they like me. Oh, I hope they thought that my joke was funny. Like, oh, I hope they like my outfit. I hope I didn't embarrass myself. These are things that everybody grapples with. Everybody's got social anxiety. Some people are just better at hiding it, or they're better at navigating it. So the best way to deal with social anxiety is to act in spite of it. Like you can acknowledge that the anxiety exists, you validate it. I can say, okay, I feel a little bit apprehensive, I got a little bit of anxiety here, but I'm gonna do the thing anyway. Because that's how you actually learn how to deal with it, is by doing it anyway, in spite of that anxiety. Because the thing about anxiety in general, including social anxiety, is that if the anxiety changes our behavior in such a way, like, let's say that you're socially anxious, so you stop going out, you stop talking to people, you know, what is that going to do to the social anxiety? Is it going to make it better, or is it going to make it worse? Maybe this is toxic to myself, but I told myself my social anxiety is kind of narcissistic in a roundabout way. Why am I so important that someone will give a fuck that I said something silly? If it works, it works. Hey, if it works, it works. And I think you're actually onto something here. In a way, that level of concern is a bit narcissistic. It's like, why do we care so much what other people think about us? Why do we let that interfere with our life? Why do we use that as a means of, you know what I mean? It's kind of like paranoia can also be a little bit narcissistic when you think about it. This is arguably a controversial take of mine, but I'll share it with you anyway. I think that paranoia can be a bit narcissistic. It's like, oh, so everybody's out to get you? They're spending how much money following you around? Everybody's in on it? Okay. Whenever you're socializing with people, it's not about being perfect. You're gonna misspeak, you're gonna stumble, you're gonna spill stuff. It happens. It's a normal part of just living life. What matters more is how do you deal with those things when they happen? Are you able to laugh at yourself? Are you able to, take it in an affable way? Because that's what really can help people to thrive in social situations, is not taking yourself so seriously. Other people think that that's awesome. Ultimately, I think that people in general take themselves way too seriously. Like, oh no, I can't believe I embarrassed myself. It's the end for me. My life is over. In reality, you don't remember most of what other people do. Like, do you remember every time somebody else has spilled a drink? You remember every other time that somebody else misspoke or told a joke that didn't land? No. No, you don't. An important thing to remember when it comes to social anxiety is that other people are more than likely thinking about themselves and not thinking about you. Not everybody is as worried about you as you are worried about you. We are operating under the assumption that everyone else is as critical of me as I am of me. And we don't need to operate that way, because that is us being judgmental of others. We're assuming that other people are just as critical of me as I am of me. But you don't know what they're thinking. You don't know what's going on in their head. They're probably more worried about themselves. Like, oh, I hope people don't notice that my shoes don't match my outfit. I hope people don't notice that I got a little spaghetti sauce on my shirt. Just relax and try to have fun. Try to smile, try to laugh, try to enjoy the moment that you're in. Most people will naturally hit a point in their life where they just stop giving a fuck what other people think about them. And so for most of us, it's just a matter of time. For most people, social anxiety is something that you grow out of. For most people, it's something that you will naturally grow out of just as a span of time. It's like, what am I doing this for? Why do I still worry what other people think about me? You know what I mean? The good news is that you can get to that point sooner if you apply yourself to it. For most people, it's something you naturally will grow into. You just can't be bothered anymore. But unfortunately, for most people, that doesn't happen until you're like 60 years old. But thankfully, you can learn to do it earlier. What's more important, that everyone else likes you, or that you like you? I thought thinking like that was nihilistic. Nihilism isn't the worst thing so long as we're able to be optimistic nihilists. Nothing matters, everything will end, we're all finite creatures living a finite life in a finite universe. And so, we're all just dust in the wind. That's nihilism. Where optimistic nihilism comes in is, well, I guess I'll try to have fun while I'm here. Even if I am just a speck on a speck, I'm not going to let that stop me from having a good time. Have you considered that the people that care about you want to see you happy? Have you considered that the people who care about you want to see you have a good life? They want you to like yourself? Oftentimes we avoid liking ourselves or loving ourselves because we feel like that's egotistical, that's self-centered, that's narcissistic, when in reality, we can actually... We're not just doing it for ourselves. We're also doing it for the people that we care about, because they want to see you happy, they want to see you fulfilled, they want to see you enjoying life, they want to see you having an abundance of love, do they not? Because the 80s, growing up, we were still, like, as a society, very, like, I don't know, it was a weird time. It's like, we're still really celebrating, like, the capabilities of the individual and, like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and, if you work hard enough, anything can happen. Like, we were still pretty indoctrinated by that at that point in time. What you might find to be helpful when it comes to working through those types of traumas is to envision having a conversation with that younger version of you. It can be a helpful way to help progress past those things, to be the caring adult that you needed when you were young. It can be pretty profound as a form of mental exercise, to just imagine yourself there, sitting across from younger you, the version of you that's been holding on to these wounds for all these years, and to let them know, like, hey, little buddy, it's okay. You're gonna be all right. I'll take it from here. What are the drawbacks, if there are any, of being evaluated by a medical professional for neurodivergence? Autism, anxiety, depression. Are you added to lists? Do you have increased insurance premiums? Are you prevented from governmental programs, from fostering children, or removal of gun ownership rights? This is a very real question. This is very pressing. Let's talk about this. So, what are the drawbacks? There can be drawbacks, absolutely, and it's important to identify those. Just being evaluated on its own, there's not normally any major drawbacks. An evaluation is just an evaluation. As far as being added to lists, I don't think we're there quite yet as far as dystopia, but I fear that there are places in the world that are that way, so I don't want to speak too generally. I do want to err on the side of caution here, because this is a realistic concern. You know, not to sound too glum or like too much of a doomer, but it's like if they were to start putting people in camps, I wouldn't want to be on the list of people that they round up first. You know what I mean? Now, unfortunately for me, I am probably on that list, and I am probably one of the ones that'll get rounded up sooner rather than later. But the silver lining here is I'll be there when you get there. And we can hang out. I wouldn't trust... Okay, so here's the thing. I would feel more comfortable talking to a doctor about these types of things because your medical records are supposed to be confidential and private. You know, what happens between you and your doctor, that is privileged, and they're not supposed to be able to share that information with anybody. What I would be more concerned about, and this is something that a lot of people need to take into consideration. What I would be more concerned about is typing all of this information about you into an AI chatbot. That's what I'm more concerned about. I'm more concerned about people willingly giving away vulnerable information about themselves to an AI chatbot. Because there is a much higher risk of that information being taken and used against you than if you were to do it in a conventional way and talk to a doctor about it. You don't have that added layer of protection and privacy. I think what I would do, and again, this is just my opinion, if you feel like you would benefit from talking to a doctor, go for it. You know, if you feel like this is something that would be good for me, this is something that would help me, I would recommend it. I don't think we're at the point yet where you're going to be at any risk because of the stuff that you've talked about with your doctor. But I could see society going that way if things continue on the path that they are. So, like I said, it's tough. That being said, you don't always have to receive a diagnosis to receive treatment. You don't always have to receive a diagnosis to receive treatment. Another reason why we need universal healthcare. We probably would have had universal healthcare 50 years ago if they hadn't stolen the Democratic nomination from Henry Wallace after FDR died. We probably would have been on a much brighter path, but no, they stuck that stooge Harry Truman in his place. Just a gullible, manipulated tool. Facts, as I don't have a diagnosis, but I've been doing sessions for 5 months now. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can get treatment without a diagnosis. If you go to a doctor and you say, hey, I'm dealing with this symptom, can you help me with that? We'll be like, sure, let's work on it. What you'll find is that formal diagnosis normally happens within a specific context. Normally, you won't see people get formally diagnosed with a condition unless they are pursuing treatment through like a mental health clinic, and a lot of the reason why they do it is so that when they bill it to insurance, they can say like, oh, I billed this person for this service for this diagnosis. It's disturbing to me how much diagnosis plays into insurance billing. I've seen people get refused services because they don't have the right diagnosis. Even though this person clearly had the symptoms, they didn't have the right diagnosis. It doesn't matter if you think that you're talking to God. It doesn't matter that you're having all of these delusions and hallucinations. It's like, well, you technically don't have the right diagnosis. I can see here that you don't have a schizophrenia diagnosis. You have a diagnosis for psychotic disorder not otherwise specified. This is based on a story of something that I actually encountered working in mental health. It's like, are you serious? My issue is that my brain is stuck processing trauma. So you're seeing a therapist, right? You're seeing a therapist. One of the things that's helpful for people when they are processing a trauma is to engage with that trauma differently. Instead of viewing it from a first-person perspective, like I'm watching it as a movie from my own eyes, try to watch it from an outside perspective. A bird's eye view. Or you're like a camera up in the corner of the room. You're watching it through CCTV. This is an important way of helping to process trauma because it changes the way that we perceive it. It changes the way that we engage with it and interact with it. Because so long as your mind still feels as if you are in that trauma still, you're still living it, you're still in it, then it makes it hard to process it. And that's why you feel stuck. This is the approach my therapist took with my ART sessions. It's a commonly used technique. It's something that you'll commonly see in therapy. It's all about engaging with your trauma differently. Instead of viewing it as something that happened to me, I view it as something that happened to a person. And so I can develop empathy and compassion for myself, which might sound silly to hear, like empathy and compassion for yourself. Yes. We're working with that ERPD technique, the whole sensory panels thing. The thing about trauma is it's receptive to treatment. There are some interesting ways that they go about it as well. But I think what's really important in treating trauma is understanding how trauma operates in your body. Trauma isn't just something that lives in your mind. The trauma and treating the trauma, you try to take a holistic approach. You try to look at the whole being, your whole self, body and mind. It's worth the work, though. Working through your trauma can be very scary, and it can make you feel powerless. But it's so worth doing because your life is waiting for you. It'll feel like you got a new lease on life. It'll feel like you were born again. It's awesome. I haven't read it yet, but what's your take on The Body Keeps the Score? The Body Keeps the Score, I've heard that it's a really good book. I don't think it's perfect, but it does introduce some interesting and important ways to view trauma differently from how we have viewed it historically. I'm one of those high motor guys, but there's a chance that it's literally the trauma response on low simmer at all times. You get kind of stuck in survival mode. That's kind of what trauma does to you, is it sends you to the war zone. You're stuck in that survival mode. And when you're stuck in survival mode, it prevents you from truly living because you're always on high alert. You're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. But when you properly process it and you're able to change your relationship with that trauma and you're able to view yourself with more compassion and understanding, it makes the whole world of difference. You feel like a new person. So I applaud you and anyone else who's willing to do the necessary work to overcome trauma. Because a lot of people have trauma and then they refuse to do anything about it and they make it everybody else's problem. And so I applaud anybody who's willing to do the work. And don't forget to breathe. Biofeedback. You can regulate that feeling of stress within you by regulating your breath, activating the parasympathetic nervous system. Maybe that's me. It is you, Donnie. If you're here, you're doing the work. If you're here, you're doing the work. Can leftists make better financial decisions without compromising their principles? It's been a long time and it wasn't a matter of not wanting to do the work. I just couldn't access care or afford it. I didn't mean it in such a way, because I wasn't trying to say that you weren't willing to do the work. I feel like when it comes to working on trauma, that can be a long, extensive process. And sometimes it can be years before you're finally in a place where you're like, okay, let's take a crack at this. And that's not a bad thing. One of the things that can be detrimental is insisting that you power through a trauma without actually being equipped to handle that. You actually can run the risk of making things worse for yourself. We don't have to white knuckle our way through life in such a way. Healing happens in layers. Healing happens in layers. So just focus on the healing that you need to do in this particular layer. You don't need to demand that you are completely healed. It's all about becoming more healed. You know what I mean? We exist in a capitalist paradigm, so nothing wrong with existing in the system while advocating for change. Exactly. It's like you can critique the system that you live in while still living in it. It's not like you have much other choice. Okay, there we go. Can leftists make better financial decisions without compromising their principles? Or is it acceptable to participate in capitalism while advocating for socialism? Yes, I believe so. I believe so. Example, I invest both in a retirement account and individual brokerage. I'm participating in capitalist activities and I'm profiting from things like tobacco and oil companies, as well as giving us the US government loans, treasuries. The alternatives are savings account with a 0.02 to 3% interest. The system is rigged to reward participation. If you can use capitalism to end capitalism, more power to you. Anything that you're doing is such a small drop in the bucket compared to what the actual malicious forces in the world are engaged in, I wouldn't worry about it. For example, I know someone who owns properties and they rent those properties out to people, but they only charge them like the bare minimum. They're not in it to make a profit. If anything, they lose money by renting this property. They just want somebody to have access to affordable housing. There are lots of people out there like that. Like, do we have to be happy with that system? No. Should people have housing as a basic human right? I think so. But until we get there, we're going to have to try our best to make it work, while still advocating for change. Anyway, you don't need to make yourself feel like the bad guy, because there are actual bad guys out there and we know who they are. We've got a long list of their names. That was one of the ideas friends and I kicked around in the past, a co-op owned apartment building. I love the idea of a co-op apartment building. You and a few friends get together, buy a building, and then each of you owns a unit within that building. That's actually very popular in other parts of the world. You don't see it too often in America, but it is a really cool solution. You know, why should you be paying all of your money to a property manager who can't even fix your refrigerator if it's leaking, who can't even make sure that your air conditioner is running in the summer? You know, why waste money on a parasite when the people can have the access? I wish I had the cash for that. You know, if you get enough people together and you apply for a loan, it might be a different story. You might be surprised what you can accomplish when you get people together and start working. A lot of based chatters today. A lot of based chatters. W's all around. I believe that my 19-year-old sister suffers from low self-esteem or low confidence. This type of stuff is an epidemic amongst teenagers. A lot of it ties back to social media. We've known now for years that social media can obliterate a young person's self-image. It's awful. She becomes extremely frustrated when she isn't doing something perfect the first time, and she will give up and refuse to try again. How can I encourage her and help her work past her feelings of defeat? I would give her time. First off, give her time, because this is something that a person tends to go through, especially when you're in that age. You know, you remember being a teenager and, you know, a failure was the end of the world. It was just such a catastrophe. You know, you gotta give some thought to that mindset that she's in right now. This tends to be something that a person can grow out of within a few years. So I don't think that this is going to be something that she's going to necessarily struggle with forever. What I would encourage you to do is to just be calm, be polite, be uplifting, and just continue to offer that gentle reassurance and encouragement. Just be consistent. Be consistent and don't give up on her. You know, let her know that you don't get good without being bad. Being bad at something is just the start of being kind of good at something. You know, let her know that nobody is demanding perfection from her except for herself. You know, try to find some stuff that you could do together. Also, show her vulnerability. You know, be willing to try new stuff together. That could actually really help, is try new stuff together. Show her that you can be comfortable being bad at something. And then it's something that you can learn together. That's the kind of stuff that can really pay off over time. You know, have a night where you get together and you paint, you know, get a couple canvases, invite some people over, find a video on YouTube, a little paint along, and then just everybody paints. And then you get a good laugh at how most people's paintings are kind of goofy. But you don't get together and have a paint night so that you can show off how good of a painter you are. You do it so that you can come together and spend time together and engage in an activity and share something together and make memories together, because that's what life is all about. Coming together, making memories, learning and growing. It's not about being perfect, especially when you're still a kid. I'm at the age where anybody under 25 is a kid to me. If you're under 25 years old, I consider you a child. Because 25 is about the age where your brain is fully formed. It takes about 25 years for your brain to fully develop, and then takes another 5 to 10 years after that for you to put it all together. By the time you hit like 35, it's like, oh yeah, this is awesome. Finally feel like I got a hang of this thing. All right, let's check this out. I am doing EMDR. Okay, cool. Oh, this question came in a little while ago, so I don't know if the questioner is still here because they said they had to go do this in an hour. So hopefully they can come back and see the clip. My apologies for not getting to it sooner. We just had a lot of questions today. I've still got like 8 questions after this. It's a very question-heavy day, but I live for it. But the downside is that it takes me a little bit longer to get to the questions. Is that backed by studies? It's not, okay, so when I say 25, that's not a concrete truth for everybody. It's not a concrete truth for everybody. Some people's brains are fully developed earlier than that. Some people, it takes a little bit longer. But just as a general idea, a person reaches full mental maturity around that age. And a lot of what this has to do with is the development of their frontal lobe. Your frontal lobe is responsible for your executive function. Thinking about potential outcomes, making good decisions, that kind of stuff. And that's why teenagers especially can struggle with that type of function, is because they're still cooking. Emotional regulation too, or nah? Emotional regulation can be a lifetime process. You know, you don't hit a certain age and suddenly you're emotionally mature. I've met far too many 50-year-old children. Is 25 valid for both genders as a brain development border? Again, it don't take this as like a hard rule. It's not like you hit your 25th birthday and you're like, I am now a fully formed adult. It has to do with a lot of different factors. But just sort of as a general idea, you know, I've heard them say that women, it tends to be a little bit earlier, but I don't know. A couple years earlier, 23, and then men, it can take a little bit longer. But again, this isn't like hard science. This is just kind of like we're making some generalities here. But that's why I try not to specify. That's why I try to just be more general and say that around 25, you can expect a person to have a fully formed brain. That's kind of the way I look at it. I don't really try to, like, draw lines based on gender in that regard. Although science historically has, you know, I try not to. Donnie, you're right. A lot of it does depend on your upbringing. A lot of it depends on the environment you grow up in. It depends on your nutrition. It depends on your education. It depends on your coping skills. You know, what sort of coping skills were you taught and what sort of role models did you have in your development? All of those things play into it. Absolutely. Which is why it's too difficult to definitively say certain, like, this person will be done developing at this time. It just doesn't really work that way. So we kind of do have to have a little bit of wiggle room. All right, let's check out this question. I'm doing EMDR therapy for my CPTSD, being raised by a narcissistic mom. Godspeed, brother. I have my session today, and I just absolutely dread it every time. I'm really trying not to just cancel it today. Any tips? I've been taking breaks when I complete a memory. I think it's helping, but it's hard to tell. Some memories I have done and felt nothing doing them, while others have left me feeling like I was in a battle with my mom. But I feel like I am already in a bad mood just knowing I have to do this in an hour. Ah, yes. Doing trauma therapy and having to revisit traumas sucks. It does. I have a very, it's kind of graphic, this metaphor that I'm going to use. It's a little graphic, but not super graphic. Trauma is kind of like a bullet that is lodged in your body. And because that bullet is lodged in your body, it causes a host of other issues. Stiffness, pain, irritability, agitation. Those are all side effects of the fact that you still have this bullet lodged within you. Trauma therapy is like an invasive surgery. You've got to go in there and you've got to take the bullet out. And that hurts. It's painful. But ultimately, it's for a good reason. If trauma therapy was fun, you would have done it already. If feeling better felt good, it would be much easier. An uncomfortable truth about feeling better in life is that it involves processing a lot of pain. It involves a lot of discomfort. Getting better doesn't always feel good. Sometimes it really hurts. But in a way, that's an indicator that you're headed in the right direction. If you're working through stuff and it feels like, wow, that was really intense, I really went through that, that can be a good sign that you're working on the right thing. I feel like I should tell myself more that it's supposed to feel bad / weird, etc. This one goes out to everybody here. Something that I feel like they don't talk about enough is that when you are working on yourself and things do start to feel better, or you are starting to, do better, it doesn't always feel good. Sometimes it makes you feel bad because you're more aware of the stuff that you're working through. You have a heightened level of awareness surrounding your own pain. Sometimes it feels weird feeling better. You would think that feeling better would feel good, but that's not always the case. Sometimes feeling better feels weird. Why is that? Because it's not what you're used to. It's change, and change is uncomfortable, even if it's good change. And so, when things feel weird or things feel different, that can actually be a sign that you're headed in the right direction. I wish that getting better felt good the entire way. I wish that's how it worked, because then it would be so much easier for people to get it done. But in reality, it sucks. It's hard work. It's worth the work, though. You are worth the work. Even if you have to work for years, that first time that you actually feel good, you wake up and you're like, I actually feel pretty good today. It's worth it. It's worth it. Trust me on that. It's so worth it. It's like a weight has been lifted. A weight that's been there for so long you didn't even realize it was there. It's like, oh my God, I can finally breathe again. I can finally take a full breath. Even if you only ever have one truly good day, it's worth the work to get there. It really is. Now, that being said, you'll probably have way more than just one really good day. You could have a whole host of really good days. I hope this questioner went to their appointment. I wish I had gotten to it sooner. But their appointment started 30 minutes ago, so they're probably in it right now. Hold on, let's send them our energy. Let's send them our energy. There they are in their appointment. We're gonna send them positive energy. Healing energy. A dozen good days in 8 years, but they are getting more frequent. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. You also get this feeling of, I didn't even realize that things could feel this good. You know what I mean? Have you ever had that feeling? Like, I didn't even realize things could feel this good. You ever had that feeling before? You know what I find really interesting is that you can have that feeling of, wow, I didn't even realize that things could feel this good, but it's also accompanied with this sense of familiarity. Like, this is how things were always supposed to be, or this is how things used to be. Like, you're returning to your true self. Which, if you think about it, that is who you truly are. You as a baby, just pure loving consciousness. Pure loving consciousness. That is who you are truly. At your most simple. And that's what you're trying to get back to. I'm really upset with my acne. Oh, acne sucks. Acne can be tough. I have a lot of it, especially on my face, and it's a point of insecurity for me. I wish it wasn't like this, so I want to know if there's any way I can defeat this insecurity while figuring out how to get rid of it for good. So I'm curious if you or anyone in the chat has solutions for getting rid of acne on my face. I'm well past the age of the peak of acne, so I want to know what to do and what not to do, specifically lifestyle habits I could do. Thank you. The one I always recommend to people is if you're struggling with facial acne, put a clean towel over your pillow. Put a clean towel over your pillow. That can really contribute to the acne is, that if you're sleeping on the side of your face and you're trapping all of that oil, and it's just gonna compound and just make you break out even worse. So that's just one small thing. Just make sure you're washing your pillowcase. Beyond that, there are other things. Could there be some changes to our diet, to our routine? Are there any types of products that might be helpful? Any types of, face care routines? Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Thank you for subscribing. There might be some stuff that could help, face care product wise. I'm not going to recommend any in particular because that's, I don't know, just try to find one that works for you that's not too rough. But I would just say, just making sure to keep your face clean, keep your pillowcase clean, because that's often a common culprit. You get a lot of oil built up just from using your pillowcase. So wash the pillowcase or even put a clean towel over the pillowcase to kind of help to reduce the amount of oil that's getting trapped. Oh yeah, if you have the ability to see a dermatologist, that'd probably be a great idea. They'll know a lot and they'll be able to help you a lot more with those questions, because acne can be caused by a number of different things, and they'll be able to help you narrow down what the cause might be. Would you possibly have any advice for someone going through a job interview? Good luck. I've heard it's rough out there. I've heard it's rough out there on the job market, so I feel you. I have one scheduled for tomorrow, but I've had so many rejections at this point over the past year that the idea of presenting myself as confident and calm in the face of possibly having to go through that again seems almost impossible. I feel like everyone else knows how to authentically market themselves to employers but me. That's not true. That's not true. Everybody else out there is just faking it till they make it. So that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna fake it till you make it. If you don't feel confident and calm, fake it. Nobody has to know that you're faking it. It'll be our little secret. It'll be our little secret. It's so frustrating, so any possible guidance you might be able to offer would be deeply appreciated. Alright, here are my general recommendations. These aren't guaranteed for success, but in my opinion and in my experience that can't hurt. First off, just be engaged. Be interested. You know, show up and you're trying to sell yourself. So that's the goal here. We're trying to sell ourselves to this employer. So you might not be the most enthusiastic about whatever job this is, but for the sake of the interview, you sure are gonna be. Oh yeah, it's my life's passion. I love this stuff. I'm definitely not just getting this job because I need a job in order to survive. That has nothing to do with it. I'm very passionate about whatever job this is. I've found that it's helpful to be affable in a job interview. You know, to be friendly but polite. You know, if they have pictures on their desk, like, oh, I love your dog. Like, oh, is that your son? He plays baseball? That's so cool. You know, that kind of stuff. It can help, you know, grease the wheels a little bit. Oh yeah, are you interviewing in person or over a camera? That could make the whole difference. If I was interviewing over Zoom, I would only dress from the waist up. I'd be wearing a suit from the waist up, and then underneath it would just be my shorts. They'd never know. They'd never know. Another thing that I like to do in interviews, whenever they ask you the question of, do you have any questions for us? Don't just be like, nope, I'm good. See you later. Hope to hear from you soon. I find that there is a little opportunity to kind of set yourself apart from some of the other people who they also might have had to interview. Whenever people ask me that question of, you know, you're in an interview and the interview is wrapping up and they ask you, do you have any questions for me? Do you have any questions? I always like to ask, what are some of your favorite parts about working here? It just shows that you're interested. It shows that you're, you know, it's small little subtle stuff. Success in an interview isn't always about these big, dramatic, showy things. Sometimes it's just in the subtleties. Are you an agreeable person? Are you a person that would be good to work with? Would you be a good fit with the company? And I think just showing up and presenting as that way, as somebody who's agreeable, somebody who's friendly, somebody who's interested, that goes a long way. So that's my advice. You know, and if you're nervous, you can own that. You know, just being transparent and open, that's not always a bad thing. The negotiated interviews, it's true. You are also interviewing the person that is interviewing you. Hi, Joshua and chat. I am gay. You're lucky it's Pride Month. I'm just joking. Hey, gay, how's it going? Nice to see you. Good to see you. All right, let's keep it moving. I'm struggling with friendships in my 30s. Chatters that are in your 30s or above, do you find this to be relatable? I think that this is a natural course of the human life, is to reach a certain point in adulthood where friendships change a bit. They get a little bit more difficult to maintain, or to form new ones. So I think this is something that's highly relatable, and I don't think that it's something that just you are dealing with, and that's helpful to remind yourself of. The nature of friendships can change, but ultimately, the strategies remain the same. Believe it or not. It might surprise you just how much the strategies remain the same from the time you were in preschool. A lot of it is just having mutual interests and then finding time to engage in those mutual interests together. You know, you go to preschool and somebody's got, Batman lunchbox. Oh, I love Batman. You love Batman? I love Batman. You're best friends now. Not a lot changes from that time. Not a lot changes in making friendships. A lot of it just involves finding people who are interested in stuff that you're interested in, or being willing to be interested in stuff that you might not already have been interested in. Friends can also introduce you to new stuff, new hobbies, so that doesn't have to be something that you're already super enthusiastic about. You just have to show interest. I'm struggling with friendships in my 30s, particularly the way they shape and change while getting older. I read this thing a while ago about how maintaining friendships as an adult is like updating your friends on your life, rather than experiencing things together. It can be both. I get that. It makes sense. You know, when you get older, you've got more responsibilities, more things to take care of. You don't always have as much time to hang out with your friends. It's normal. That's something that we all have to work with. I'm very skeptical about the existence of friendships in adulthood, no matter what you say. Do you want to be my friend? Does anybody else want to be this person's friend? We can do it right now. My view is that I will be anybody's friend until you give me reason to not be your friend. A stranger is just a friend you haven't gotten to know yet. I am a little resentful too because I was in a choir show that unfortunately took place on a Tuesday night and my best friend didn't come out for it, so sure, I'll once again tell her about the thing I did without her experiencing it. I think my perception is also warped because some of my closest friends now are women from my recovery group. They came out to my show, and celebrate those people! They showed up! They were there! That's awesome. This also isn't totally unusual. This is something that a lot of people will, and especially people who do attend recovery groups, is that they meet people in those groups and they end up forming lasting relationships with those people. It's not unusual at all. find that a lot of my younger friends in their 30s are getting to a point when their friendships they made in college are fizzling out and they don't always realize it's okay to not be friends with someone. You grow and change, and so does everyone else. It's okay to part ways if you no longer share interests and one of you doesn't keep up. True. You know, when you're younger, when you're in college, when you're in high school, those types of things, it's like, we have friendships, but they're not always the most deep relationship. You know, sometimes it's just somebody that you like to hang out with. It's just somebody that you like to party with. It's just somebody that, you know, you go and do stuff together with. I've had a lot of those in my life. Should they date those people? Oh, from a recovery group? I would advise caution. If you're in a recovery group and you're interested in entering a relationship with somebody else in the recovery group, it's best if you both have some time of sobriety. You know, if you're new to the group and they're new to the group and you're both like very fresh in your recovery, I would say it's probably a terrible idea to get into a relationship with each other, because it could very quickly slide into a relapse. You want to see that they're committed to recovery, that you're committed to recovery, and that can be okay. You know, you can make that relationship work. It could actually be very strong. But it's not something you should go into all willy-nilly. Alright, let's jump back into this question. I think my perception is also warped because some of my closest friends now are women from my recovery group. They came out to my show, and we all just put in more effort to check in and see how we all are doing. Show up and show out for the things we all do, while I see my oldest friends maybe 6 times a year. It sucks and it's depressing. It does suck, and it is depressing. What can we do to make that different? You know, I feel you on that. I have friends that I've been friends with for a long time. I have friends from high school, and I feels like I don't hardly ever see them. You know, we see each other a couple times a year. So what you're going through isn't unusual. I'd say that a lot of people deal with a similar thing. Honestly, the people I see the most are my neighbors. I made friends with my neighbors, and we see each other pretty much every day. Pretty much every day my neighbors come over and hang out. It's crazy. But it's cool. I like it. It's fun. I didn't mean crazy as a bad thing. I meant crazy just like, didn't see that coming. But yeah, that's a little friendship hack for you. If you want friends that you see more often, make friends with your neighbors. Most friendships are held simply by proximity. Exactly. A lot of the friends that you had growing up were your friends because you were in the same class, or you went to the same school, or you grew up in the same neighborhood. You went to the same college, you worked at the same place. That's how a lot of our friendships form, is just these are people that we are around regularly. And that's okay. That's normal. That's how a lot of friendships form, is just familiarity. Now that being said, if we miss our old friends, what can we do about that? If we want to see our old friends more, we're gonna have to do some planning. Because if you don't have that proximity, like let's say your friend lives across town, they live 20 minutes away, it's a bit of a drive, you're not running into each other all the time, we're gonna have to do some scheduling. Like maybe you could have a monthly thing that you do, a monthly thing where you get together and hang out. That's the thing that really sucks, is that maintaining a friendship takes work, and the older you get, sometimes you feel like you've got less and less capacity to do that work. And so these old relationships, while still meaningful, they tend to get put on the back burner. Just reading this question is making me want to hang out with my friends. It's making me want to reach out and hang out with my friends. Either way, if you only ever see your friends once a year, that's still meaningful. It's still worth something. You know, even if you only see each other periodically, that doesn't mean that the relationship is failing. It doesn't mean that the relationship is worth any less than it was. It's just changed. But yeah, if you miss your friends and you want to see them more, reach out. You know, try to find a way that your schedules can line up, because that's the big problem, especially when we get older, with maintaining friendships. Is like, if you're doing something on a weeknight and the other person has kids, especially like school age kids, it's like, good luck doing anything with them on a weeknight. Oh man, I had friends that had kids, and it's like I barely saw them, I barely talked to them until their child got to an age where it's like they weren't constantly just having to do stuff for the kid. You know what I mean? If you have a friend and they have a kid and the kid's like a toddler, it's like you might not see him all that much until the kid gets into kindergarten. The same cycles of work issues keep happening, and I'm becoming lost. It then sends me into the same depressive cycles. I'm lost. I don't know what to do anymore. I feel completely lost, and I don't know what to do anymore other than just walk away from everything. I feel you. I feel you. Getting caught in a depressive cycle, that's what it does to you. It makes you feel lost, it makes you feel hopeless, it makes you feel powerless. Let's think about this for a minute. Walking away isn't always a bad thing. Walking away from problems in life isn't always a bad thing. Sometimes that is the solution for breaking free from a cycle. You know, if we're thinking about like a toxic relationship, sometimes the best thing to do is to walk away from it. But that being said, let's look at this a little bit differently. If we're feeling lost, what do we need to do? What would help us to feel less lost? To have some sort of sense of direction. To feel like we're headed somewhere. To feel like we have an idea of where it is that we're trying to go. So where is it that you're trying to go? What sort of changes are you looking for? This is how we break free from those depressive cycles. By figuring out the path out and taking small steps towards where we're trying to get to. Also, and this might sound silly, but bear with me. To some of you, it might not sound silly, and if it doesn't sound silly, then I just want you to know I cherish you. If your mind can't figure out where to go, try asking your heart instead. There's something that really resonated with me. I heard it in a guided meditation many years ago, and it's just kind of stuck with me ever since. The mind has no answers, and the heart asks no questions. And so when it comes to understanding who it is you truly are, and where it is you're trying to go, your heart will not lead you wrong. Sometimes our mind is what sends us into these thought loops, and we feel so stuck. And so maybe we need to look outside the mind for the answers we're looking for. Listen to your heart, listen to your gut. The mind likes to get all tangled up. The mind likes to form loops. Once you find the direction that you're trying to go, a happier, healthier version of you, figure out what that next small step is in that direction, and then just keep it up, and you'll get there. The mental distress you're feeling is a sign that something needs to change. So we just need to move into that next small change. And then it's through a series of small change after small change that we get to where we're trying to go. You don't have to worry about climbing the whole mountain. You just need to worry about that next step you're going to take. Why is the mind throwing loops? Well, part of it has to do with how the mind works. Our mind gets caught in thought loops. It's a common issue. And honestly, if you ask me, it's something that needs to get patched out in the next update. The mind gets caught in loops. I'll give a very oversimplified example. Your mind can recognize that something is wrong, and it can understand why it's wrong. It can understand what's going on that's making it wrong, and then it can make us feel powerless to change it, and it feeds back into itself. That's the thing about our mind, is that it likes to form loops. Oftentimes what we get caught in are these negative feedback loops. I feel stressed, I feel anxious. I can't do anything about it though because I'm stressed and anxious. And because I'm stressed and anxious, it just makes me feel worse, which makes me feel more stressed and anxious. And thus, you get caught in that negative feedback loop. The cool thing, though, is that you can also create a positive feedback loop. I'm headed in the right direction, and I'm starting to feel better, and because of that, I now feel even better. I feel more empowered, and I realize that change is possible. And then you start that climb upwards. The positivity feeds back into itself and creates even more positivity. The brain loves a good loop, positive or negative. A lot of the big issue is just making that shift so that we're spiraling upwards instead of spiraling downwards. Anyway, questioner, I believe in you. Keep your head up, keep moving forward, you got this. Humans weren't built for stressful situations that last more than 15 minutes. It's true! You know where your anxiety comes from? Fear of Smilodon. What a cute name for such a terrifying creature. You wonder why your anxiety gets you so revved up? Because you used to live in a world where this bad motherfucker was wandering around. The truth about all of our brains is that they remain largely unchanged from the time we were alive during the Ice Age. We're still running on Ice Age hardware. And so when we have an anxiety response, it's the same level of anxiety as somebody who lives in a hut or a cave and has to fight off one of these things with a pointy stick or a rock. So that's what you're wired for. You are wired for, oh my god, there's a life-ending existential threat in front of me. I either have to run for my life or fight for my life. That's what you're wired for. But we don't have saber-toothed tigers wandering around anymore, thankfully. But we still have the same response. We're still wired to treat situations as if they are a threat to our very existence. And so that's why anxiety can be such a big deal for so many people. The number one reason why people go to therapy or go and talk about their mental health with a doctor or get any type of mental health treatment at all, number one reason, what do you think it is? Number one reason why people go and seek mental health treatment: anxiety. Also, you're not supposed to fight it alone. True, which is why it's even worse that the system that we live in makes us feel like not only are we supposed to fight it alone, you should feel bad for asking for help. Like, hey guys, I'm fighting a saber-toothed tiger, do you mind helping me out? I don't know, man, I think you just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. If you fought a Smilodon by yourself with a stick, you are so dead. Part of my toxic traits is that I feel like I could win. If I had a pointy stick and I was going up against a saber-toothed tiger, my toxic trait is that I think I could win. And then I'm gonna wear your pelt, bad boy. I'm gonna wear your pelt. I'm gonna have that Smilodon drip. They don't look too big. They're not all of them were big. Some of them were actually relatively small, about the size of a puma. Some of them were gigantic, about the size of a modern tiger. Little one? The little one? All day. You could, all day. The big one? I'm not so sure. I might need some homies. If you think you're having a bad day, just remember that there was a time period where people had to worry about this happening to them. What a way to go. My body still remembers some days. There's an ancient part of my DNA that remembers this. But you know who won? We did! We did! You don't see saber-toothed tigers running the earth. We won! And we still don't feel safe, so we need to buy 15 guns. Got a trigger warning. We're going to be talking about an eating disorder. All right, we're in. Thanks for the heads up. I think my anorexia is coming back. I'm low-key panicking because I want to stop eating again. I know my weight is perfectly fine, but there is this voice in the back of my head that says otherwise. That's the voice that we're learning to not listen to anymore, because it's just a part of us, right? It's not us. This part of us doesn't get to make the calls. This part of us isn't in charge. This is just something that's intruding and causing us to stress, right? There is a silver lining here. You are aware of it. You are aware that this is happening. The real danger is slipping into this without noticing it. That's the real danger. You know what I mean? That's the fact that you are worried about it is a good thing. You see what I mean? The fact that you're aware of it is a good thing. This is also something that you can expect as a part of recovery. Those types of feelings resurfacing, even though you might have been able to get over them for a while, it's to be expected that they might resurface from time to time. But the good news is that you are now equipped with a better set of skills, a better set of coping mechanisms, a better set of support to navigate these feelings, instead of dealing with them all on your own, or even worse, rationalizing them, justifying them, enabling those behaviors. So you notice those feelings pop back up, and it's causing you stress. That's awesome, actually. That's a good thing. It would be terrible if these feelings were popping back up and you were like, you know, that doesn't sound like such a bad idea. Maybe I will do that. That would be devastating, wouldn't it? The fact that it's popping back up and you're like, that's exactly how you want to feel. So where do we go from here? Reach out to your supports. Continue to practice your coping skills. And stay healthy. Because that's what it's all about. Anorexia is deadly. It's one of the deadliest conditions. It causes your organs to fail. It causes a slow, painful death. It is not good. But the fact that you're having these feelings, that's to be expected as a part of recovery. Just like, I'm going to compare this to something, it's, like an addict. Like an addict, you've been clean for a while. And then you have these feelings of like, I feel like I want to use. You want to be uncomfortable with that feeling. You want that feeling to cause you distress because the idea of relapse is scary. That's a good thing. It's an expected part of recovery for those feelings to pop back up. But I would say it's a good thing that you are responding to them as you are. Rather than, saying like, well, maybe it'll be different this time. Maybe I'll be able to control it this time. Maybe it won't be all that bad. Maybe it's not as bad as I remember it being. There are so many different ways that you could cope with those thoughts or rationalize those thoughts, and you're not doing that. And that is a good thing. So, reach out to your supports, because eating disorders are no joke, and we want to make sure that we have people in our corner that can be supportive and helpful and uplifting. The last thing you want to do, especially with anorexia in particular, the internet communities surrounding anorexia can be tremendously harmful. And by the communities, I don't mean like support groups or recovery groups. That's not what I mean. What I mean is there is far too much of a presence online of people enabling and encouraging anorexia. So, find your supports, let them know how you're feeling, talk to them, be transparent about these feelings, and you're going to see it through. You're going to be all right. The fact that relapse feels like a bad idea is a good thing. So listen to that part of you. Listen to the part of you that's worrying, as we distance ourselves from the part of us that disagrees. In case the context ends up being too much and ruins the point of being anonymous, I think my TLDR is where do you find boundaries when you're dealing with addiction and your loved ones are angry? And how would you find the line between not enabling someone in a destructive spiral when you know the healthcare system is a mess? There are real barriers between that person and getting the help they need. The rest is context, so if you feel like you need to share bits to make it understandable, that's fine, but maybe too personal. Hold on, I'm gonna scroll through it real quick, because we'll see if there's any. Yeah, I think we can share this. Navigating addiction and setting boundaries is never easy. It's tough. Let's take a look at some context. My partner of 10 years and I have had a really rough few years after moving across the country immediately after COVID, and I developed a bad drinking habit playing games online with my buddies from back home. Right now she wants me to address the drinking in a meaningful way and has a lot of built-up anger. The friends and family I've reached out to kinda just treat me like symptoms when I try to express that the anger is out of control and chalk it up to a dynamic that we're both responsible for, but she has been increasingly having meltdowns where she is screaming, crying for hours on end, sometimes escalating to punching herself in the head hard enough for me to hear from a room away. That's intense. I need more context. I'm like, what is going on with the drinking if this is the response? Now, I can understand having, a drinking habit and drinking too much, playing games, but it's not like you're going around driving or going to bars and getting in fights and, it doesn't sound like... It sounds like there is something to be resolved, but I'm not hearing anything where it's like... I don't know. Hold on. Let's go a little further. I understand the anger to a degree, but it feels like something else, and no one seems to hear me. Our couples counselor calls it out somewhat, but now my partner feels like I'm being enabled there and has gone as far to say she feels gaslit. I think if there is friction, if there is conflict in the relationship and it ties back to the drinking, then yes, your partner is valid in feeling anger. That being said, we are also accountable for how we express our anger. If we're having outbursts, if we're doing self-harm, it's like that's, screaming, crying for hours on end, like you said. That as a response from that anger, that indicates that there's something else going on under the surface. I can understand having a reasonable frustration. I can understand being angry. But then how you handle that anger, that is a separate and distinct thing. Does that make sense? Like, yes, sure, she's right to be frustrated. She's right to be angry. But how she manifests and handles that anger, that needs to be talked about as well. Every part of me feels like this is a situation where, even though my addiction is a real thing, it's just an abusive situation that's not going to get better and needs to stop. I have family back home who would help me get back and let me crash, but I would have to give up a decade-long relationship and the support system I've built here. I know in my heart of hearts that I'm not kicking the can down the road, but anything besides going straight to meetings or getting into a treatment program seems to leave me in a place where my partner and other loved ones think I deserve an anger that I'm not responsible for, and it's pretty concerning. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Just to create a separate example, let's say that there are two people in a relationship and one of them has a drug problem. The other person is using drugs. That doesn't give the other person permission to beat them. Now, it's a little bit of an extreme example, but you can see what I mean. It's like, just because you're doing something wrong does not give them permission to respond in such a way. It can actually make it more difficult for your recovery. Because an important part of recovery is having supportive people in your life. How much of the drinking is in order to cope with the response to the drinking? Because if you were to ask me, I feel like it's not going to do anything to help the drinking get better. If anything, it might make the drinking worse. I'm not saying one person's right and one person's wrong. What I'm saying is, we've both got things that we need to work on, so what can we do to be a better help to one another? I feel like there's even more context I'm leaving out, and I've got to be on the bridge of oversharing here, but it just feels like such a complicated situation, and my partner recently lost her health insurance, so wanting her to get her own support just isn't possible. And it does feel like it would be cruel to just leave her to her own devices to rock bottom. Who are the supports in her life outside of you? Does she have friends and family that she can turn to if she were to go through a hard time? All right. Here's where I'm at on this. If you are committed to your recovery, do what you need to do to take care of that recovery. Working on your relationship and working on your recovery at the same time, that's gonna make things more complicated. That's gonna make things more difficult. Especially if you're just receiving a lot of, like, angry, violent outbursts. You know, what are you gonna do if... So, just an example. Let's say that you are sober for a month. Let's say that you have a month of sobriety under your belt, right? Let's say that you've been working on it, you've been doing better, and you've got a month of sobriety under your belt. But a holiday is coming up. A holiday is coming up, and you have that feeling of, I want to drink. The holiday is coming up. And you want to tell your partner this, because you want to be open and transparent about your addiction, and you want the people in your life who are supposed to support you to be supportive. And so you go to your partner and you say, I'm worried about this upcoming holiday because I'm feeling tempted to drink. How would they respond in that situation? We want to make sure that they respond in such a way that isn't going to push us towards drinking. We want to make sure that they respond in a way that encourages our recovery. Like, hey, I understand. You know, but you've been doing really good, so we're going to keep up the good work. Let's find something else to do on the holiday. We won't have any drinks around. You know, recovery is a group effort. You know, and if you live in a shared space with someone, you all need to be on the same page. If you have an alcoholic at the house, you shouldn't have alcohol at the house. So I guess what I'm saying is, your recovery should be your priority. And it sounds like the stuff that's going on with the relationship is interfering with that recovery. Anyway, at the end of the day, we want to see both of you doing better. We want to see both of you feeling healthier. We want to see you both feeling good. And that's the path that we want to try to find. You know, sometimes a relationship doesn't always need to end. It might not be a thing where you need to end the relationship. Maybe it just could be postponed. You know, maybe things could work out if you both got the help that you needed as individuals. I don't know. It's a stressful situation to navigate. But we need to make sure that you have good supports in your corner for the sake of your recovery. Recovery is often a selfish act, and that's because it needs to be. You need to focus on how you are feeling, and you need to focus on you getting better so that you can be better for the people that you care about. So I think you both do care about each other, and you both do want to see one another doing better. And we need to be on the same page as far as how is that going to happen. Because we understand while there is that anger and frustration, it's not doing anything to help the situation get better. And so there are things that you need to work on. There are things that your partner needs to work on. And you should do what you can to support each other in that. Even if it is giving each other some space for a while you navigate those things. Because right now it just kind of sounds like it's making things more difficult. Best of luck in your recovery. We're rooting for you. Hi. Do people stigmatize people who started working late in their life, say at 30, even though they're great at the job? Also, is the workforce generally harsher and most toxic during the first year you're entering it? Honestly, it depends. It depends where you're working, it depends who your coworkers are, it depends on the work environment. You know, if you were an adult and you got a job at a place and everybody else who works there is way younger than you, then it might, I don't know, it might be a little different. I feel like most jobs don't care. I feel like most people don't really care how old their coworkers are, because you're all there for the same reason. You're all there to do the job and get paid. So I feel like most places this won't really be an issue, but I could envision some situations in which it might be a thing. You know, if you're working at a place and everybody who works there is like a teenager, then they might treat you differently because you're a full-grown adult and they're a bunch of kids. But that being said, if you show up and you do your job and you're good at your job, that's all you got to worry about. Doesn't really matter what your coworkers think about you. As far as the second question, is the workforce generally harsher and more toxic during that first year you're entering it? It could feel that way. Definitely. If you're just now entering the workforce, you're recognizing that most people haven't done much maturing since the time that they were in high school, and that it feels like I'm working with a bunch of kids. But it's something you adapt to, something you learn to deal with. All right, with this one, we're caught up. We did it. We did it. We did it. I have a friend who met a woman from Utah through a dating app, and they really hit it off. Kind of like a whirlwind romance. What worries me is that she has, I don't know the details, ties to the Mormon conglomerate from Utah. He barely talks to us anymore and spends most of his time in voice chats with her, and he has accepted her religion, but I worry this could be something more like a scheme. Thoughts? Uh-oh. Hide your Legos. Yeah, exactly. Hide your Legos. The Mormon Church has a very weird outlook on marriage, because within the Mormon Church, being married to a Mormon is one of the necessary ingredients to getting into heaven. In other religions, they don't care if you don't get married. In other religions, it's fine if you're single. But in Mormonism, the only way to get to the highest tier of heaven, because in Mormonism there are levels to heaven, and everybody wants to get into the highest level of heaven. They want to get into that celestial kingdom. If you want to get into platinum heaven, you have to have a wedding at the Mormon temple. That's one of the requirements. And so within the Mormon Church, there are groups that set up dates with people. There are like singles groups. There are things that they do to like prepare people for marriage. It's basically just like a marriage boot camp. They're very big on getting people married in Mormonism. And that's something to be mindful of. That's something to be mindful of. I gotta watch out what I say. I don't want to get caught on the wrong side of the Mormon Church. They've got power. It's a very influential cult. They're gonna come after me. I'm gonna get disappeared. They're gonna force me to drink dirty soda. Don't fuck with the Mormon Mafia. It's an actual thing. There are some small towns that have been like completely taken over by the Mormon Church. And they do that because it's like the mayor is in the church, the chief of police is in the church, like people of power are like directly tied to the church, and so they essentially just run that town. Have you heard of Warren Jeffs? It's a Netflix documentary. It's a documentary on Netflix that talks about Warren Jeffs, child sex offender. He's currently serving a life sentence in Texas, but he was the leader of this offshoot of the Mormon Church, because the Mormon Church has many different offshoots. Some of them are still into polygamy. Some of them are still into some of the stuff that the, mainline Mormon Church aren't okay with. But they basically had taken over this town of Short Creek. This town in Arizona was basically just run by Mormons. But anyway, there's a documentary about it. It could give you some good insight into, yeah. But yeah, they've also been in the news lately because of this whole Lego thing. This Lego theft, it revealed like some of the same stuff that you see in this documentary about Warren Jeffs. It's a lot of the same stuff. It's like the church has influence in the police department and with the judges and the mayor, and it's whenever the Mormons moved out to Utah, they used to murder people who would try to go through on like wagon trains and stuff. The settlers from the LDS Church. In one such case, the Mountain Meadows Massacre, 120 people at least got murdered in this wagon train. And the members of the Nauvoo Legion, which was basically the militia of the Mormon Church, they dressed up like Native Americans in order to essentially do a false flag and make it seem like Native Americans murdered all of these settlers. Also, the founder of the Mormon Church died at a prison riot. I have a little story to tell you about the Mormon Church. A friend of mine, we were friends. We went to the same high school, and we even went to the same community college together. This friend of mine, she met a guy who was Mormon. Everything seemed okay. She moved out to Salt Lake City, ended up getting married to this guy, and then like right after they got married, he became incredibly abusive, like physically abusive. But thankfully, she wasn't the type to stand up for that, so she divorced him right away. And then she would go online and she was talking about how this guy was abusive and he ended up getting arrested. But anyway, I'm still proud of her for that. It's been years now since that happened, but I was always proud of her for standing up and doing the right thing, getting him arrested. But what she told me, because she got to look behind the curtain a bit as far as how weddings are done and how they kind of like coach you before you go and get married at the temple and all that. And she was telling me about all this weird shit they had to do. And she was telling me that they have secret handshakes. Not only do they have secret handshakes, but they do this thing where a person will reach through a sheet and you shake their hand as it's sticking through the sheet. So yeah, the Mormons have secret handshakes. It's kind of like this. That they do other stuff through a hole in the sheet? So I've heard. They also do something called soaking, which is one of their ways to circumvent premarital sex rules. I'm sure some of you have heard of soaking before. Have you heard of soaking? Does anybody not know what that is? I'd be happy to enlighten you. I'm sure a lot of people have heard of soaking before. Anyway, if you're interested in going down that rabbit hole, there's a lot of testimony online from former Mormons. I've been friends with a few former Mormons. I've heard a little bit about some of the stuff that they get up to. It's a patriarchal cult at the end of the day. It's a patriarchal cult. The man runs the show. In Mormonism, there are different levels of heaven. There are different levels of heaven. You got Heaven Platinum, which is the celestial kingdom. And then within that, there are their own separate levels. It's like you get to the bottom level by having the baptism. You get to the second level by doing your endowments. And then you get to that highest level of Mormon heaven by having a marriage at the temple. I went to a temple marriage in Salt Lake City because that's apparently where you gotta do it. You gotta go to Salt Lake City. You gotta go to the big temple. And they were just running people through there. There were just teenagers, just a whole crowd of them, just in and out, just, all right, let's get these marriages done. And they were all just doing it there on the same day. It was crazy. I didn't get to go in because I'm not a Mormon. They didn't let me in because also in Mormonism, the only way that you can go to Mormon hell, which is outer darkness, the only way that you can go to Mormon hell is by being an apostate, meaning that you are a fallen Mormon. Only fallen Mormons go to Mormon hell. Everybody else, if you're dishonest, a liar, a sorcerer, an adulterer, a whoremonger, you go to the Telestial Kingdom, which is basically just like the basic the basic package, no perks. Anyway, the idea of the Celestial Kingdom is that you, in the afterlife, get domain over your own planet. Isn't that kind of wonky to, like, impose that idea on a person? Be like, hey, if you follow all the rules in the afterlife, you get to be emperor of your own planet. And it's just filled with your offspring, and you know what I mean? It's kind of like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I had a friend who was a former Mormon, and they sent him an excommunication letter. He actually got a letter from the Mormon church saying that he was excommunicated. We're cutting you off from God. You live there with your first wife, even if you get a divorce. That might be awkward. My family's experience, when stuff went bad, they were very supportive and active. They showed up at our house with bags of food, no thoughts and prayers, just action. I admire that aspect. You know, having known Mormons, I've met some very kind ones. I've met some very giving, very compassionate, very kind people. And you encounter that across all manners of faiths, you know, whether you're going to a Christian church, whether you're going to an Islamic church, you know, there are so many kind people out there who are people of faith. But ultimately, it's like you got to look at, like, what are they teaching people? Like, what are because it's just also, nobody does recruitment like the Mormons do. They will train you and teach you a new language so that they can send you to a different country so that you can recruit people. I've known people who were sent to, like, Eastern Europe. One of my friends, he learned how to speak Slovakian so that he could go. I've known people who have learned how to speak Spanish. They've had to go to, like, Mexico. I've known people who have had to go to South America. I know somebody who went to Brazil. They learned Portuguese. So when it comes to these types of religions, there are good people within them, true. But you kind of have to look at the system behind all of it and kind of take a look at the bigger picture. Like, what kind of stuff are they selling you on? Like, what is it that, like, what, I have concerns with every Abrahamic religion. You know, people like to just criticize one Abrahamic religion, or they like to, you know, Christians like to point fingers at Muslims and vice versa, and they like to, but I have problems with all of the Abrahamic religions, because I think they're all a bunch of doomsday cultists. They're all just waiting for the end of days. And so I'm thinking about this chatter, and I'm like, you gotta help your friend. You gotta save him. You gotta save. You gotta save him. You gotta save him. You know, I've spent time around Mormons. They're nice people. But the whole situation, the whole grift, it's fishy. They have mandatory tithing in Mormonism. It's like 10% or something. Correct me if I'm wrong, it might be a different percentage, but they have mandatory tithing. And I knew Mormons who were like flat broke and they were still having to like pay up. And I just think that's yeah, mandatory tithing of 10% of all of the money that you make goes to the church. Now that's a grift. Can you imagine if I collected 10% of your income? Just imagine my sub count then. The young men, I think 13 is when you start, go around the first Sunday of the month to collect envelopes and stuff. Yeah, there's the thing about tithing in the Mormon church is that the social pressure is way higher than it is in other churches. In other churches, you know, maybe they pass around a collection basket. Maybe they have like a drop box. But like, you risk being socially chastised and perhaps even outcast if you don't meet your requirements. Still not as bad as some of these like evangelicals though. Evangelicals and like what's the other one? Starts with a P. There's the evangelicals and the similar one. I'm having a Pentecostal. Yes, Pentecostal. That's the one. You get some real grifters in those religions. You get some real grifters. Have you seen that video of that pastor and the lady comes up and she's just like, he's like, how much is this? He's just like, she's like $1,800. And he's like, but I asked for $2,000. And she's like, I know, but I couldn't afford it this month. I had something come up and I wasn't able to make it. And he's just like shaming her for only giving $1,800. It's insane. Oh wait, here it is. It's $1,200.
Giving faith and stand in unity with the vision of perfecting church of sowing this seed of $1,000 plus $235 and receiving the blessings to come to all that participated.
Now that's only $1,200.
Yes.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
Wild that people get roped into this kind of stuff. Pretty wild that people get roped into that. Like, I believe in a higher power. I just don't think that I don't think it's that. You know what I mean? Like, it's nice to believe in something beyond yourself, even if it is just the universe itself. You know, even if it is just the force that exists within the universe that is capable of transferring energy into matter. You know? The forces that bind atoms together, that allow things to exist in the first place. Whatever that is. Whatever allows that to happen. You know? Like, sure. I just think that most religions are tools used by people to control other people. And there's not a lot of money to be made if part of your belief system is that everyone is equal, we are all cherished, we are all special, and that you don't need to do anything to set yourself apart from everybody else. There's just too much grief and self-hatred and punishment involved in a lot of these religious structures, and it sucks. It's dog shit. I think that what really matters is that you have consciousness. Where does that consciousness come from? Does your family watch your streams? Sometimes. Sometimes. They like to pop in every once in a while. Now, I find it nice to think about your consciousness and the light that exists behind that consciousness. Whatever that is. Whatever allows that awareness. Whatever it is that directs the universe in such a way that it led to life forms that were capable of awareness and communication. Personally, I believe that I am the universe experiencing itself, just as you are also the universe experiencing itself. So, in a way, as the two of us communicate, it's the universe communicating with the universe. I fear I'm not this enlightened yet. The lights are still there. The light is still on. You just need to turn it up. How does the universe understand itself? How does the universe discover itself? We are the mechanism through which the universe is able to understand itself, and that's pretty cool. Whether you like it or not, you are a child of this universe. So there's something to it, if you ask me. What I've encountered a lot with people is they have religious trauma. I've met a lot of people who have religious trauma they grow up in a household that's very authoritarian, that's very chaste. You know, they're given all of these rules and they're, you know, taught not to question those rules. And oftentimes what happens as a result of that is that trauma turns people away from any form of spirituality whatsoever. And I think that that's sad because it's a big universe and there's plenty of space for you in it. Just because somebody once told you that the world was going to roll you doesn't mean that you're not the sharpest tool in the shed. What you'll notice amongst, like, theoretical physicists, you know, you guys are mentioning, like, these very scientific minds, people like Carl Sagan, Albert Einstein. It's like, when you pursue science far enough, you get to the point where it starts to feel mystical again. It's like, okay, we can understand that objects in space have mass, and they are capable of distorting space-time depending on their mass, and we can understand that light moves at a certain speed, and that time is relative depending on how fast you're traveling. The fact that any of that exists at all is mind-blowing. The fact that anything exists at all is incredible, and that's worth celebrating. There are faiths, there are religious practices, spiritual practices out there that include the idea that you and I and every other living being are all just tiny fragments of a much larger thing. You know, in Western religion, if you went to your friends and you said, "My friends, I've had this realization, I am God," your friends would think you're crazy. They would have you committed. However, in Eastern spiritualities, if you went to your friends and you said, "My friends, I've had this realization, I am God," they would say, "It's about time you figured it out. Welcome to the club." There's this Sanskrit mantra, Tat Tvam Asi. It roughly translates into, "I am that too." And it's one of the things that they'll practice in order to feel that oneness with everything is by reminding yourself that you are everything. Anything that you can think of, anything that you can perceive, I am that too. I've had that feeling like we're all a piece of God. There are billions of people who share that belief with you, believe it or not. You see it in things like Taoism, in Confucianism, in Buddhism, in Hinduism. Billions of people have that belief. I've done enough psychedelics and I've done enough meditation to where I feel it. Interesting bit of history. Some of the ancient tribes that led to modern, like, Tibetan monks and, you know, these, like, powerful, like, meditators, the reason why they started those meditation practices is because where they were originally from, they had access to psychedelic mushrooms that would induce these meditative states and these feelings of connectiveness and oneness with the universe. But then when they left and they went and lived in the mountains, they didn't have access to those mushrooms anymore. And so they had to create these practices that could create that same level of awareness and enlightenment. The most spiritual moment of my life was a solar eclipse. Oh yeah, when we had totality, we drove down to a spot where we were able to experience the total lunar eclipse, or the total solar eclipse. So like sitting there, and I was throat singing at the time. I was throat singing during the eclipse. That was pretty cool. But it did feel very spiritual. Celestial bodies in motion. Next time you find a quiet moment to yourself, turn your awareness towards your own consciousness. Hold a mirror up to your own awareness, and then try to go deeper and deeper into it. Allow that consciousness to unfold and see where that takes you. It might feel very enlightening. Doctor? For a long time, I would, if you asked me what my beliefs were when I was younger, I would tell you that I didn't believe in any type of higher power. I thought it was all just a fool's errand. But at this point, it's like I've witnessed too much, I've felt too much, I've seen too much. Is Atticus there? Yeah, that's him. It's making that noise. He's getting old. He's getting old, boy. He's getting old and lazy. That's Dr. Dog. Oh, I'll give him some ear rubs. I'll give him some head pats for you. Anyway, I think that whatever your relationship is with a higher power, whatever that might be, even if it's just the universe itself, I think it's a deeply personal thing. And that your relationship with it and your uncovering of it is your business. It's nobody else's business. I share mine with you because I feel comfortable doing so. But I don't think that it's the place of anyone else to tell you what the rules are or what it is that you need to believe in order to live a good life. Those are just instruments that people have, for thousands of years, used to control people. I do, however, think that it's important, if you are going to find life as fulfilling as possible, if you are going to be your fully actualized self, you need to attend to all of your needs. The needs of the mind, the needs of the body, and the needs of the spirit. And when I say the needs of the spirit, it doesn't even have to be anything supernatural. It's just about something bigger than you. It could be about a sense of belonging in an organization that you have. It could be about the connectivity that you have with other people. It could be about you making positive changes within your community. The needs of the spirit don't have anything to do with a higher power. It just has to do with belief in something that is bigger than yourself. And that can be entirely secular. But those are things that you need. Your spirit has needs. You need to feel interconnected. You need to feel that sense of belonging. You need that. It's good for you. Thanks for all your insight into the whole Mormon thing with my friend. I don't know how to save him though, TBH. What I would encourage you to do is I would encourage him to start looking into the testimonies of former Mormons and starting to read some of their stories. It doesn't have to be just you, but he needs to educate himself before he jumps into this religion. Because, Also, who knows what he's signing up for? He might be signing up for a lifetime of like the most bland, vanilla. I'm feeling I was gonna get a little raunchy there, but I don't know. Like, what are you signing on for, bud? A lifetime of unenthusiastic handjobs? Missionary position? Just starfish? I don't know. Sometimes I hear that these Mormons can be pretty freaky, though. I've seen some of the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, and apparently there's a bunch of swingers. So I don't know where that fits in. Gotta watch out for those naughty Mormons, though. They're the thing about these types of religions is that you'll find people who are in the religion who will do things to like act out and rebel against the religion, and they end up being some of the craziest people you've ever met. Growing up in like a repressive religion does something to somebody. It does something to your brain, and sometimes you will act in such a way to feel like, I've got to make up for lost time. You know what I mean? I don't know about you, but like, as far as religions go, there seems to be like a much larger population of like former people from that religion coming together and like sharing their testimonies. You don't normally see this with other religions, but Mormonism especially, like former Mormons have the tea. Like, there's this website, formormon.org. You can have some testimonies from former Mormons. There's also the Former Mormon subreddit. So anyway, I don't know. If you're worried about your friend getting roped into all this, I would just try to encourage him to actually do some research before he just jumps in because he's feeling frisky. You know what I mean? When dudes are down bad, you gotta watch out. Because it sounds like your friend is down bad, and he's down so bad that he's willing to jump in. It's like, brother, are you ready to make 10% tithes for the rest of your life? He hasn't gone on a mission yet. They might make him go. They might make him go on a mission. That's what they call it. They call it your mission whenever they send Mormons out to do their missionary stuff. And they have to go for like 2 years, don't they? Isn't it like 2 years you have to go on your missionary thing? Anyway, that's only one of the many former Mormon websites. There's formormon.org. There's Evidence Ministries. They've got the LDS testimonies. They got xmormon.org. They got Mormons in Transition. There's so much former Mormon stuff out there. Is that what you show them? I don't know. It sounds like your friend is down bad. And it can be hard because he's got those rose-colored glasses on. He doesn't know what he's signing up for. He doesn't know what he's signing up for. The thirst is too strong. To what extent is philosophy relevant for psychology in your view? Oh, for me, the two go hand in hand. For me, I look at philosophy and psychology as, two sides of the same coin. Because a lot of what goes into psychology isn't stuff that you can, look at under a microscope or measure in a laboratory. A lot of it is philosophical. It's kind of baked in. Are there any philosophers or schools of thought that you believe psychologists can learn the most from? Yes. I'm just going to name a couple. All of my favorite philosophers are ancient philosophers. If you've ever noticed, if you look up like philosophy quotes, all of the short quotes were taken thousands of years ago. All of the good, concise, short, digestible quotes, they're taken. They've been quoted already. If you look at the quotes of modern philosophers, it's like paragraphs, and it's like, I'm not going to read all that. I'm not going to read all that. Modern philosophical quotes, yeah. Like pre-Socratic, I would include Socrates, actually, because the Socratic dialogue is something that they still use in modern therapy. Talking through a problem by asking questions and exploring where people's thoughts go. The Socratic dialogue is still very effective. Some of the Stoic philosophy is pretty good. Stoic philosophy kind of got... the thing about Stoic philosophy is it kind of got overpowered with all of these like manosphere, like red pill types, and that's sad because there's some really awesome things that you can, recognize within Stoicism. Like recognizing that the only thing I have control over is myself. Recognizing that I can't do anything to change anybody else. I can only change how I respond. I think that's important stuff to hold on to. But I think that there's a lot of like cringe, like manosphere types who are just like, they take what Stoicism is trying to teach you and they twist it in such a way that it becomes kind of toxic. As far as Stoic philosophers, one of my favorites, good old Epictetus. Because, I mean, his name is Epictetus. Like, come on. He wrote a book called The Enchiridion. And he said, some things are in our control and others not. Things in our control are opinion, pursuit, desire, aversion, and, in a word, whatever are our own actions. So essentially, you only have control over yourself. Things not in our control are body, property, reputation, command, and, in one word, whatever are not our own actions. And I think that's an important thing to take away, because it's about recognizing what you do actually have control over so that you're not wasting energy trying to control things that you cannot control. Anyway, other Stoic philosophers, you got Seneca, you've got Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius was a Roman emperor, and he was a pretty good philosopher. He was a pretty shitty dad. But, you know, he had time to sit down and think about stuff. One of his most famous works is Meditations, but it was basically just his journal that they published long after his death. He didn't actually write it for anybody else to read. It was just his journal. Another one of my favorite philosophers was the founder of Taoism. His name is Lao Tzu. He authored the Tao Te Ching. The Tao basically translates into the way, and the book is like the way to goodness and power. Let's look up the Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching is full of bangers. Hold on, I needed an actual... I like it because he describes the universe as something that is beyond our understanding. We're describing the infinite and the immutable. You know, it's something that cannot be named, it cannot be trodden, it cannot even be fully conceived. But anyway, the Tao Te Ching, it's basically just a bunch of short little blurbs about how to live a good life, how to be a good person. Let's look up some Lao Tzu quotes. Be content with what you have, rejoice in the way things are. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. In short, do nothing, win. If you do not change direction, you may end up where you are heading. Nothing is softer or more flexible than water, yet nothing can resist it. He who controls others may be powerful, but he who has mastered himself is mightier still. He who knows does not speak, he who speaks does not know. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Lao Tzu has to be one of my favorites. He's got kind of like Gandalf energy. You know, if you know Gandalf, he's like, a wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent on arriving. God damn. To lead people, walk behind them. Oh, shit. This must be the philosopher with those one-liners you were talking about. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. You get all of the good one-liners were taken up thousands of years ago. All of the good one-liners, if you look at a modern philosophy quote, it's like 3 paragraphs long. It's like, I don't want to read all that. But the true essence of man is not measured by his nature, but is instead measured by the sum of his will divided by the impression that he makes across all of humanity. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I ain't got time for all that. Keep it simple, stupid. Anyway, Lao Tzu's cool. You're probably familiar with the Tao because there's a very popular image. It's the yin and the yang. This is one of the things that they talk about in the Tao Te Ching is that there is darkness in the light and there is light in the darkness, and they are in harmony with one another. So even if you haven't heard of Lao Tzu, you're probably familiar with this symbol. Honestly, if there were a religious symptom, I guess I don't even know if you'd call it a religion. It's more of just a philosophy or a practice of the spirit, but it's essentially just like, be at peace with the universe. Stop trying so hard. Just go with the flow. A lot of our pain in life comes from the struggle that we exert, trying to swim against the current. You know? The Art of War and the Tao seem like yin and yang to me. Yeah, Sun Tzu, he wrote The Art of War, and that's another interesting read, The Art of War. But there's a famous quote from Eckhart Tolle. You might have heard of him. He wrote a book called The Power of Now. It's all about mindfulness. It's a lot of like Eastern practices translated for a Western audience. And one of his quotes is, "Wherever you go, there you are." You can see how that ties back into like the Lao Tzu quotes. It's like, wherever you're going, you might end up where you're headed. In other words, do nothing, win. We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. That's a Stoic quote. It's one that I'll often drop on people. It's Seneca. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. And Lao Tzu was taught by Confucius, and it makes sense. Yeah. There's a lot of great wisdom to be found in Eastern philosophies. A lot of these Eastern civilizations were doing philosophy when my ancestors were still, like, living in mud huts. Wherever You Go, There You Are is a book by Jon Kabat-Zinn. He's another of, he's one of the ones who's like very big into like mindfulness and meditation. Those are things that we see drawn in from those Eastern practices. Oh wait, I think the Eckhart Tolle. I think the Eckhart Tolle quote was actually, "You get to where you want to go by realizing that you're already there." I think that's the quote. It was a similar one. I had it mixed up. Yeah. That's the one. I had it mixed up. The Eckhart Tolle quote was, "You get there by realizing you are already there." Mindfulness was such a game changer in Western psychology. It's hard to understate just how important of a shift it was. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you wouldn't hear about it. Mindfulness, meditation as a way of like changing your relationship with your thoughts and finding more peace and balance in life. But now it's a regular part of the curriculum. It's been used by people for thousands of years, and so it's about time we caught up. White man learns about introspection. It's true! It's true. Part of the major error of Western civilization is that a lot of people operated under the assumption that they had nothing to learn from cultures that predated them by thousands of years. You know, due to just like xenophobic reasons. Thinking like, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. Like, I kind of do. They've been at this for a long while. Anyway, I encourage you to take some time to meditate, even if it's just for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes if you're feeling feisty. it's such a closed-minded viewpoint. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. You gotta remember that modern psychology is only about 130 years old. Modern psychology is very young as far as science and philosophy goes. And even then, they were borrowing ideas. Sigmund Freud and psychotherapy, it drew heavily from the work of people like Socrates and having a Socratic dialogue, talking through a problem to arrive at a solution. And then you have people like Carl Jung, who actually started to incorporate those Eastern beliefs into Western psychology. The idea of a collective unconscious. What I find really interesting about psychology in the East is that it is inseparable from spirituality. In the West, we tend to look at psychology as just science. We look at it as a machine and a series of parts. But I think it's interesting that so many people find it indistinguishable from spirituality. Yeah, if you were to look into the works of Carl Jung, you're going to see influences from a lot of Eastern philosophers. Carl Jung was one of the first to start translating those ideas to a Western audience. And then you've had other people do it since then. You know, you had Ram Dass, who was formerly known as Richard Halpert. He was a doctor of psychology at Harvard University, and then he went to India to study meditation and Hinduism under a guru. And then he came back to the West and shared what he discovered. But yeah, that sort of stuff has become a lot more popular over the last 20 so years. People realizing that mindfulness and meditation can actually do a lot of good when it comes to your mental health. And I think a large part of why it hasn't been more popular is because how do you make people pay for that? I guess I could be a meditation coach. I could make people pay and then teach them how to meditate, but even then, that kind of feels scummy. Like, you have within you the tools. You have the tools already within you. Why should I make you pay to teach you how to use those tools? Just doesn't feel morally correct. Then again, doing what's morally correct doesn't make you very successful under capitalism, you know what I mean? Anyway, chat, if you've appreciated this content, consider supporting this stream by subscribing. I hate shilling. I hate capitalism. I hate it. Ooh, anonymous. An anonymous supporter of capitalism. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Ooh, how close are we? Oh, we're 1 away. We're 1 away from the goal. Visualize a full bar. Visualize 130. Done by default. Thank you. Thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you. Rave Digger with the 13 months. Let's go. Casey's cooking. Casey's in the kitchen cooking. Wonder what she's making. Is she making pasta from scratch? She's got the pasta maker out. I want to help. I want to help. It's my dinner too, all right? I get to look. Anyway, I'm gonna go see if she needs help. Chat, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. I'm gonna send you over to Casey and I'm gonna go see if she needs some help in the kitchen. Enjoyed your time? Thank you. I'm happy we got a raid today and we got some new faces in here. That's cool. Hopefully you enjoyed your time. Hope you all have a great night, and I'll see you all next time. Until then, bye-bye!